Hello! Sorry, I'm really behind today. If the colouring looks kind of strange and if the camera looks kind of strange, it's because it was not playing ball. I'm fueling myself on this because I it's been one of those days. Hello! I hope everyone's okay. Welcome to the May live stream. May! It's already how is that even possible? Let me know if everyone can hear me. I've had it before where people haven't heard me, and I've been talking for like 5 minutes and no one's been able to hear me. So yeah, just let me know if you guys can all hear me. Yeah, I hope you're having a good day. Oh, my blanket's moved. That was me. I sat on it earlier. I did what I should never do, and I sat on the set. I sat down and I was like, oh no, I've ruined everything. Hello, hello, hello. Let's see where everyone is from tonight. What do we have here? We have Nebraska, Cyprus, Tennessee, Alabama, Germany, Indiana, Virginia, North Carolina. What else have we got here? Oregon, Chicago, Albuquerque. Wow, so many people. Connecticut, Texas, Norway, Wales, California, Australia. So many people. Every single live stream, I'm on 63 now, and every single live stream, it absolutely blows me away. Gloucestershire, East of England, West Midlands, Spain, Nevada, Denmark, Austria, Portugal, Seattle. So many people from so many places. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Louisiana, thank you for supporting the channel. It really means a lot to me. So yeah, so tonight has kind of gone a little bit topsy-turvy. You might notice, maybe, there is no Q&A option on the live stream. And that's because for whatever reason it's vanished. And I've spent most of my afternoon attempting to figure out where it's gone. I can't figure out where it's gone. So unfortunately, if you enjoyed last month's live stream with the Q&A section, it's not here this time, and I don't understand why. So please be a little bit patient this time because we're kind of going back to the original setup. So if you've never been in one of my live streams before, hi, hello, it's lovely to see you. I am going to be answering witchy and pagan questions from whoever fancies answering them, and I typically will work chronologically. So I start at the top of the chat and I work my way down, and that can take me time. So please be patient, please don't spam questions. It's going to take me a while to kind of work my way through them. I'm also today entirely fueled on Lucasade and Palm Violets because I've not had time to do anything else yet. So if I'm a little bit kind of jittery and not quite 100%, it is because I am being fueled on this alone, and I will eat after the stream. I wouldn't recommend anyone do the same. But yeah, that's what today has been like. So let's have a look. Phil! Hi, Phil. And also, please be kind to all of the mods. They are lovely, lovely people, and they do this out of the goodness of their heart simply because they want to. And so please always be nice to the mods. Okay, I'm gonna have a sip of this. Original Lucasade tastes awful. I don't know if anyone else agrees. It tastes absolutely dreadful. So, let's go up to the top and let's see what we've got for tonight. Oh goodness, did I miss one? Maybe I missed one. Did I miss one? I'm confused. Sorry, I've got things popping up on my screen. There has been this is what happens when you don't eat by 8 p.m. I know. It's been one of those days. I will have to explain it to you, Phil, afterwards, but for now, it has been one of those days. So, let's go all the way back up to the top and let's see what we've got here. How do you protect the home? One method, simple, is fine for beginners. Oh, see, my thing is, I'm not very good with like single answers. So, there's kind of a few different varieties. It's going to depend on the kind of things that you are able to work with, wanting to work with. So, kind of a super simple way is just to start by adding some protective energies into a home. So it's great to start with a cleansing. So if you could start by doing a house cleansing, I have 2 videos on that, just kind of give you an idea of the different ways that you can do it. And then start adding protective energies in. So these may be crystals that are charged for a particular purpose, such as smoky quartz obsidian, snowflake obsidian, or something like black tourmaline. Or you can use herbs. So for instance, dried nettle is great for that. I find oak to be really good for protection as well, but different areas with different plants and herbs are going to have different associations. These can be in little, you know, the little tiny like craft bottles that you can get, or you can put them in small bowls, you can put them in little organza bags, just to have them in that space to help aid in protection. That's like a really, really simple way of doing it. You then have kind of protection bubbles. So these would be kind of short-term protection if you ever feel like you need a little bit of something. So it's essentially like a large circle casting where you are pushing your energy out into a bubble that is surrounding the entire place, and then when you feel like you don't need that protection anymore, you can remove it. If you want to go more advanced, you can attach that working onto a physical object to act as an anchor, but that's perhaps a little bit more advanced. You can also burn candles that are charged with protective properties, so you can make them yourself or you can buy candles for this purpose. When they're burned in that space, it helps to imbue that space with energy. You can use protection sigils on doors and windows as well as fireplaces so that you can add protection in that way. There's so many different options out there. These are just like a small fraction of them. And yeah, there is no real way of going like super duper simple and quick on that because there's just so much variety. It's going to depend on what you have access to. Okay. What do you do when you're dealing or experiencing low energy? I've been dealing with chronic disease that takes a lot of my energy and I find it almost impossible to do my practice. So I'm very grateful in that I don't experience a lot of this, but I know that a lot of my followers do. So if you have any personal experience with this, anyone, feel free to put it in the chat. But generally speaking, it's good to work when you have the ability to do so. And that can involve using passive energies. So for instance, it might be that you would charge particular candles or particular items on a windowsill, for instance, during different moon phases, depending on what it is that you're after, so that then when you come to need it, it's already pre-charged with that energy. So you can do this with the different moon phases. You can do this with solar energy. You can also do this with cosmic events and any kind of cosmic experiences. So at the minute, we're having a lot of solar activity. We're having a lot of the aurora, which I missed and I'm so annoyed about. So these are all things that we can add into our workings when they are happening. So things like supermoons, blue moons, these kind of things. And then when we need them at a later point, we can work with them. You can do this in a similar way with seasonal energy, so the energy, the sabbats, and the different associations. So if you want to, say, imbue some candles or some crystals with abundant energy, you might want to leave them out surrounding Beltane or around Letha. And then you can do this with the different sabbats and celebrations, so you can have items pre-charged. If you don't want to work with kind of energies like that, you can just charge things with your own energy as and when you have the ability to do so. And you can also work with spirits, servitors, familiars, deities to aid in adding energy into that working. I mean, there's lots of practitioners out there who don't work with their own energy. They simply use the energy and the assistance of other spirits and other beings to channel into the object, the item, the spell, the ritual that they're doing. And if you have a really good working relationship, then you can do it that way if you're not able to use a lot of your own energy. But I think it would be great as well just to see how other people do this in the chat as well, because I don't have that much personal experience with the fatigue. I have it more with like the pain, but not so much with the fatigue. Okay. I realise I'm literally cradling this cup of Lucozade like it's a hot chocolate. I should probably just put it down. It's my cute... Look though, it says Witch's Brew. It's great. Am I overly excited about it? Yes, of course I am. I've had it for years, and yet every time I get it out of the cupboard, I'm like, ooh, Witch's Brew. That's mine. Okay, where was I? Have you tried Reiki or chakra alignment? These help me. So this I think it ties back to that. Yeah, it ties back to the energy one. And these are all things that we can use as well. I mean, I've had a few experience with it myself. And it's really lovely. And even if you don't necessarily think you're going to get anything really strongly energetic out of it, it can just be a really nice, relaxing experience. If you do struggle with chronic pain, chronic fatigue, it can be a good way, same with like massage and things like that, of being able to potentially have some temporary kind of peace, and even just some time that you can set aside for yourself, so that then you can go back into your practice in your day-to-day life in a maybe slightly better energetic headspace. Right, where am I? Oh, I hope you're having a good day today. Chaos. But aren't most days chaos? We have, by the way, for anyone who is wondering, who is interested in astrology, we've just come out of the after effects of the Mercury retrograde. So the Mercury retrograde finished, I think, at the end of April, and then we had a little bit of time where it's essentially like picking up all of the pieces, and now that's kind of coming to an end. And I very much feel that. I very much feel like I've been left with like a scattered mess after the eclipse and the Mercury retrograde and everything, and now I'm like picking everything back up. I wonder if anyone else has been feeling that, but I definitely have been. Anyway, back to the thing. I wanted to ask about working with the Fae and Fae folk. Do you have any good books on the topic? So I do have an entire video coming out on this subject. I think that there are a lot of good books on different aspects of working with the fair folk. I don't think that any one book is necessarily the best and the only one that you need for the subject. I will see if I can find a few just while I'm looking, but one thing I will say as warning to it all is try to avoid, if you're looking for books on the fair folk, ones that focus on aesthetics. These are books that I would refer to as Instagrammable books, where they are very aesthetically pleasing, they're very decorative, they've got really cutesy pictures in them. These ones typically end up being not so good. And also be careful with the difference between the fairy tradition and the fairy tradition, because they're spelt the same but they are not the same thing. So there's at least one book that is described as being like fairy witchcraft. It's not actually about working with the fair folk, it's about the fairy craft, which is like its own branch of witchcraft. But with that being said, I will try and find some of my favourite books on the subject. Let's have a look-see. So, so this is the book, for reference, this is the book that is on the fairy tradition, which is not the same as fairy witchcraft. So it's called this. You might think that it's about fairy witchcraft, but it's actually about the fairy tradition, and not the same thing. Just wanna put that out there. I have read this, and it's a good book in itself. It's just not what you think it's gonna be. So back to it. Let's see, any more books on fairies? This one. What else have we got? This one. This is why my bookshelf is in perpetual chaos. What else have we got? So at least for now, these two are really good. So to get started, I typically recommend kind of books that cover historic beliefs and traditions. And the ones I really like are the Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries by W.Y. Evans Wentz. This one is really, really good. Both of these. So you've got this one, which is the Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries and Fairy Legends. There's also British Goblins, that's by the same publishers. Different authors, same publisher. Which publisher actually is this? The Lost Library do these ones. And they are essentially gathered accounts, both first and second-hand accounts, of fairy faith and the traditions that people had, and how the beliefs kind of entered into kind of everyday life. Like, this kind of belief system was not uncommon. It was really, really commonplace, especially among especially rural communities. So you're looking at farmers and fishermen. They had a lot of strong beliefs in the fair folk, and they were very dedicated to their beliefs up until even the early to mid 20th century. And so these ones are particularly good for figuring out how people in the past have worked with the fair folk. I'll have to do a video on the entire subject, I think, to be able to get it. But if you are really just getting started, I would recommend something like one of these. They're usually really affordable because they're kind of hard to read a little bit because it's very old-fashioned. So this one came out in 1911 and this one in 1825. So that just gives you an idea of the kind of language. But those ones are really good. There's a few... If I get up again to get any other books, I'll see if I can find some more, because otherwise I'll be standing up there forever. I'll see if I can find some more on the subject, and then I will make an entire video. I'm going to ask now, because I'm really curious, is anyone interested in another book organisation video? Because I'm planning on redoing this with all of my new books, and I just wondered if people would want it on camera or if it's just better for me to do it just by myself. So do let me know what you would prefer in terms of that. But yeah, those two I do really, really enjoy. Right, next, and then if I need to get up, I'll have a look for some more books. What have we got here? Bum, 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 bum. Da, 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 da. Oh, wanted to tell you that the last video you did on books, I'm the type 2, I can't stand book dust covers on hard copies. Yes, what I got from that video, so many people said the same thing. They're like, I don't like dust covers. I don't like them. And I'm like, same. I don't get dust covers on books. I don't get it. Maybe it's like just a weird thing that some people have, but a lot of people seem to also be with me in the no dust covers. We don't do it. Like, I've been reading Fourth Wing, and immediately that dust jacket was gone. I'm not dealing with that. So yeah, yes book video. Okay, so I will have a look at getting that done. I'm hoping to get one of those scanning machines, you know, the ones that librarians use where it goes beep and then it puts it in the system. That's what I'm thinking of doing. I think I'd really like to do that. So that's the hope. Dust jackets go in the bin. Wow, that is... I haven't quite got to the point where I will put them in the bin, but I will take them off. Like, the minute I'm reading that book, that dust jacket is gone. I'm just not dealing with it. I'm just not dealing with it. So, where was I? I am here somewhere. Right, I'm around here. I know I am. I must be. I've gotten lost and I'm only at the very start of the stream. That doesn't bode well, does it? So far, we've had technical issues and we've had me losing my place already. It's a doozy already. I wonder how many times it's going to jump. That's the question. Where was I? I'm sure I'm here somewhere. I must be. Ta-da. I'm lost already. Oh, this bodes so well, doesn't it? So well. Ah, here we go. Bingo. Just wondering, would you ever consider visiting or making a video of the Poison Garden? Ooh, understand if it's too scary, but I think you could do it justice. So interestingly, I've actually, if we're talking about the same one, I've been to the Poison Garden. It's in, oh my goodness, where is it? Alnwick? I think it's in Alnwick in Northumberland. And unfortunately, it's really hard to film there because they don't allow you to go around by yourself. You have to go around with a guide because the plants inside are so dangerous that basically you are told, don't get too close to anything, don't touch anything, don't eat anything, don't smell anything, you know, like, try to keep everything, don't touch anything, basically, keep the hands in the boat. And yeah, it's kind of intimidating, and this is how stressful it is for some people. And I will warn you, if you're interested in going to the Poison Garden, some people have a really bad reaction to it. There was one, I think it was one woman that was on the group with us. She ended up being really ill, like to one side, because she was so stressed by being in there with all of the plants. And it was a lot. I'll be honest, it was a lot, and it was kind of out of season. So it was like late autumn, so there was nothing really flowering. So maybe one day I'd love to be able to go around and see loads of historic places and being able to film there. I think that would be really, really cool. It's just getting the permission to do it that's kind of tricky. Because I literally just came back from Oxford, which is just amazing, and I saw all the places that were in a discovery of witches, if you've seen that. So there might be a video, maybe, if I can edit it suitably. I'd love to do more videos like that because I love the idea of seeing different things, but I might do a few videos on, I forget what it's called, essentially poison magic, poison gardens, like the historic use of these things, because a lot of them were used in flying ointment. And yeah, I think that would be really interesting to do a video that kind of deep dives into their use in witchcraft, because they've been used so often. It's not just in the British Isles, but much further afield as well. And there's a few books I've got on the subject that I can recommend. So yeah, I think I'll probably try. I'll see what little clips I have, but it was very twiggy. Like most things were dead when we went, but it was just really interesting to go and see it. So if you haven't, it's interesting. I will warn you that the gardens are very expensive to get into. So just brace yourself for that. Like, it is not a cheap day out if you are going with multiple people and all of that. So yeah, just bear that in mind. It's not super cheap day out. Okay. Oh, I jumped. Gosh darn. I'm in for it, aren't I? It's gonna keep jumping today, I just know it. I already miss the Q&A feature. I don't know what happened to it. It just disappeared. Let's have a look. Where do witchy terms like "so mote it be" or "blessed be" come from? Did witches intend Renaissance fairs? So a lot of the terms are adapted out of traditions. So I don't know exactly where a lot of them come from, but many of them are derived from much older things. Some of them were from poetry that became particularly prevalent. So, for instance, a lot of the terms that you will see in the Wiccan Read, which is not something that everyone follows that practices witchcraft, but within Wicca you have the Wiccan Read, that's actually a newer addition onto Wicca, which is already fairly new to start off with. And a lot of the terms out of that, it kind of comes out of a series of poetry. And so that's essentially been kind of added into the tradition as a whole. And a lot of it also comes from rhyming. Rhyming is a really, really big one. And so, as I so will it, so mote it be, tends to be quite common. And there's lots of kind of variations on this kind of terminology of like "blessed be," "bright blessings," "so mote it be," "as it will, so mote it be," these kind of things, because they rhyme really easily and they make it so easy to remember kind of chants and spells and rituals that we're doing. And so it kind of becomes prevalent. And so a lot of them often do come out of poetry and works of literature that can then be added in. But I'm sure a lot of them do have older associations. And it possibly kind of comes out of the idea of, how in, say, Christianity, we get a lot of Christian wording that is adapted into folk tradition. I almost have a feeling that some of it might be that style, where it comes out of older work and gets adapted again and then changed again, and then it becomes what it does today. So yeah, I'm going to have to deep dive into the terms and try and find exactly where each one of them comes from, because they must have a source. It's just whether I can figure out what those sources are, but I think it would be really interesting to try. Honestly, it probably did jump past some of the earlier questions. I've kind of been swamped in the chat, and I can't find questions today. So I'm hoping that if I missed your question, and I've already gone past it, feel free to repost it again. Otherwise, I think I'm going to have to keep going. Otherwise, I'm going to end up losing some of the chat, which I really don't want to happen. Let's have a look. What do we have here? I'll be in Glastonbury next week. I'm so excited. I was in Glastonbury last weekend. We just missed each other. It was amazing. absolutely amazing as always, and I hope you have an amazing time, because if it's just an incredible place, and I hope the weather plays ball for you, because I was very lucky. It was very, very hot when I went, so I'm hoping it will be the same for you, so you can enjoy it in all of the glorious sunshine. Okay. Ooh, wondering about trying for a baby, what could aid this? So as always, mundane over magical, but there is kind of an entire branch of magic that you can work for this, which is all about that kind of abundance, that attracting in, drawing something in. And so really you can adapt any working that is based on this idea of drawing on abundance, attracting things to you, that magnetic kind of working that draws things in. And then you can change the wording to suit what it is that you would like to manifest. In this situation, it is something like fertility. So having it in a space as well that is very representative of it is really useful too. So any workings that you can do, if you're lucky and that your partner is also quite happy to be involved in this, then you can do workings for abundance together, and you can target that working around this specific topic by using petitions that you want to include, words that you want to say. So it's very much a case of adapting things rather than me giving something that is specifically for this purpose, because it's one of those topics where, and this can apply to other people in the chat as well, if you want, say for instance, fertility in your work life, then you can adapt a similar working in a slightly different way to gain it in a different area of your life. So it is really all about that adapting. So if you can work together, fantastic. If not, then you can use tag locks that represent the pair of you. That could be good as well. You can do it in a space like a bedroom to magnify that energy even further, including in crystals that are going to represent it. So one that is often used for this kind of subject is rose quartz, because it is that kind of gentle, caring, nurturing, loving kind of energy that you can then add into that space as well, so that you can really magnify the energy. And the goal here is to essentially magnify what's already there. So if you also want to add in some clear quartz, that's great, because that's even more magnification to that energy. So these, for reference, the reason I'm at the very bottom of the chat right now is because these are the questions that I missed earlier when it jumped. So what crystals would you recommend for digestive issues? I tend to not, mostly because I very much stick to the mundane over the magical. And so for me, I often find that when I give recommendations for crystals for these things, people will often use them in not great ways, you know, putting them in water and drinking them and all of that. If you do want to get lists up though, and this is useful for plants as well as for crystals and the like, you can, if you just search for it, crystals for insert topic here, and then just go through a series of the websites. I'd say maybe like 5 or 6 different websites. Take a note of the ones that represent what it is that you're wanting to, whether it's work with or an issue that you want to deal with. Cross-reference between websites, and then see if you can find any links that tie the different ones together. There's also lots of books on the subject. So a good one is Scott Cunningham's Magical Herbs. He also did one on stones and gemstones, so that's an option, but there's loads more out there that you can work with. And just try to cross-reference and see what works best, because ultimately that's where I end up getting my information from as and when I need to work with it. So just make sure that you do cross-reference, because not all of the websites are going to be completely accurate. Okay. I will go back up now just so I don't lose any more of the questions, but let's have a look. What happens if you sorry, my brain is like, can't read this. What happens if your cord caught in his candle seeps into yours and won't stop throughout the entire thing? Does this mean he doesn't want to let go? Thank you. Oh, cord cutting. Okay. So I'm thinking that this is all surrounding cord cutting. So it can represent that kind of clinging on energy. So obviously there may well be a perfectly mundane reason as to why this kind of thing happened, but it can also mean that there is some kind of energetic association that's really lingering on. It's similar to how if you have two like cord cutting candles and they're both the same, so they're the same size, they're both the same weight, they're the same color, they're the same wax, everything, they're in the same room, they've been treated the exact same way, and yet one of them will burn like 2 hours faster than the other one. And you're starting to think, hang on here, this shouldn't be happening. They are both the exact same batch of candles used in the same way. And it can sometimes mean, especially in cord cutting, the one that's burning down faster is usually the one that is able to let go of that energy quicker. And the one that is burning down slower is usually the one that is holding on a little bit longer. So it may well be in this situation that because that cord, that string is kind of getting caught up, if I'm reading the question right, and I might not be, so please correct me if I'm wrong, it can be that kind of leftover attachment of energy that's still kind of holding on, that's going to take a little bit longer to be released. So these things can just be completely mundane, but they can also have that kind of symbolic association as well. And this can apply to lots of other things as well. So if you have a candle, like a big glass candle, and all of a sudden, even just a standard candle, it just goes out. And no matter what you try to do, you cannot get it to relight again. That may well be because it has done its job. It has reached a blockage, something is directly stopping it, and there's so many ways that you can read situations. So you can read candle wax, you can read candle smoke, especially on like the big tall glass candles. Candle smoke is often really symbolic, and sometimes it will show patterns much like reading tea leaves would, which can give you an indication of the success of that particular working. So there's lots of stuff that you can kind of read into this, and it's very much association of the person. So sometimes you will have a different association for something and it will be more meaningful to you than it would, say, to me as someone outside of the situation. Okay. Oh, any recommendations on practical witchcraft books for atheist or secular witches? It's kind of hard. I'm gonna be honest with that. It is kind of hard because a lot of books are written from a Wiccan stance. And that applies even in books where the author is actively not Wiccan. It's often the ingraining of Wiccan tradition into all aspects of witchcraft that people are slowly trying to unlearn. And that's not to say, because people often say that I hate Wicca, I don't in any way, shape or form. It's just about having that choice, right? It's about not having to have it in every single medium that we are working with if we don't want to include it. But we aren't there yet. And so most of the books that I really enjoy, most of the books that I think are really, really useful, still have that kind of religious Wiccan aspect to it. And you do eventually get to the point where you can read around it. It's not ideal, but it is something that you just end up kind of having to do. It's frustrating, but one day I'm sure there will be a lot more books on the subject that do not have the kind of ingrained underlying Wiccan religion bit to it. But for now, we're not quite there yet. Right. Just as we should lock mirrors, should we also lock a picture frame that contains a photograph or a painting of people? Interesting. I think this one is going to depend on context. I don't necessarily think that every single mirror has to be locked. I think only a few have to be locked under circumstances. So for instance, none of the mirrors in my house are locked, except my scrying mirror, which is... where is it? It was back there. My scrying mirror and my bedroom mirror is locked, but that's only because of really negative experiences and I just didn't want to deal with it. But otherwise, I don't typically lock them unless I absolutely have to. And the same would apply to something like a picture frame. I don't think you really need to, unless, say for instance, you've had negative activities in your house. So you've had the kind of haunting activity, and you then believe it's associated with a particular person that died in your family, right? And if that person's picture is in the house, it might be something that you want to consider doing. But otherwise, I don't think you necessarily need to. I think it's one of those where it's if you're having issues, then consider doing it rather than doing it in advance. Because I find a lot of people will preemptively lock mirrors, and then they almost build up this fear of unlocked mirrors. when in reality, more likely than not, nothing was going to happen in the first place. It was like a preemptive step. But sometimes people rely too much on those preemptive steps rather than learning to sit with the discomfort, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense, because I am probably rambling today. How do you build consistency in practice/worship? So this one is, I'm not consistent. I'm not consistent with anything in my life. I'm really bad at it. If I say I'm going to go to the pool every week, if I miss 1 week, I never go ever again. I'm that kind of a person. So for me, building that consistency is all about little things. So don't go in, because I know a lot of people do, they go in and they're like, okay, well, I'm going to give an offering every day, and I'm going to do a reading every day, and I'm going to do this, that, the other. And quite quickly, you'll realize that you can't necessarily fit that in to your day-to-day life every single day. And then one day something will happen and you can't do it, and then that entire kind of built up thing you've got disappears. So I'd say start with little things, little manageable things. If you want to start with deity worship, for instance, then saying good morning to them and good night in the evening is something that's really manageable. You can do it really quickly, really easily. It's something where you can do it as you're passing up the stairs. You don't have to think about it too much. And that's going to be something that's way more likely for you to maintain than, for instance, doing a large ritual every single day, because that's not maintainable for a lot of people. So if you want to then start, say, with divination, you want to draw tarot cards every day, instead of doing like the Tree of Life spread, which is actually kind of substantial, just start with a single card, just something that is small and manageable that you can then do in a few minutes of your day instead of it requiring a few hours of your day. Because I think that's the thing, a lot of people they go too far in. They're like, oh, I'm really interested in this, let's deep dive fully into it, and they just take on way too much and they can't build that consistency. So as time goes on, if you get used to saying good morning and good night to your spirit, your servitors, your familiars, your deities, then you can add more in, and it doesn't feel like you're taking on too much more because your base level is already higher than it was before, and then you can just add onto it. But I'll be honest, don't feel the pressure to have consistency in your practice. If I don't need to do a working, I won't do a working. If I am not working with a deity actively, or I need a break, I will say that, and I will let them know, so that then there's no pressure on me, that pressure's been taken off, and I can then invest it in what I need to invest in to come back as and when I need to, rather than having that pressure of having to be on all of the time. Like, that's really, really hard to maintain. Okay, where was I? It hasn't jumped again yet. Ooh, elderberries. I need to find, where's my book? Oh, it's upstairs, isn't it? Is it upstairs? I think it might be. I was going to go through Scott Cunningham's Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs to be able to give you an answer to that, but I'm not going to be able to. So I want to reach out to anyone in the chat if you know the answer to this off the top of your head. I don't work with elderberries very often in my practice, so I don't have it in my noggin right now, but I will ask anyway, because I'm sure some of you will know. I bought elderberries when I visited Salem, Massachusetts. I was drawn to them but don't know what they're used for. Suggestions. So if we're talking out of a kind of an occult shop, I would avoid using them for food. Personally, that's just me. But when you're in an occult shop environment where there's lots of herbs going on, there's a lot of cross interaction there. And it just takes one person on one occasion to have gone from one plant to another without doing the appropriate things, the appropriate steps, and you've got some cross-contamination there. And so it's a risk, right? So I'd stick with just the magical for this particular purpose, unless you've got it from a food-safe environment. But I find that elder is a really, really beautiful plant to work with. And so for me anyway, when I'm working with plant allies and all of this kind of stuff, I enjoy using something that represents the plant that I'm connecting with. So if you're interested in working with trees and tree magic, then you can use the elderberries as association for the elder plant to help build a deeper connection with and to use it in your magical practice. Someone here, Christina, has said they're quite protective and also a quintessential fae folk gift. So that might be useful. But I'm so annoyed with myself. I took Scott Cunningham's Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs into my office and I just never brought it back down again. So I should probably try to find that because it's useful to have in videos just like this. So, how do I use my wand? Ooh, okay, so I don't even know if they're still up on my channel. If they aren't, would you like new videos on how to use magical tools? Is that something that you'd like? Because I'll be honest, the last time I did a video on wand magic, I'm pretty certain my hair was bright orange. That was a poor decision on my part. And I should probably redo them again. So if you would like that, feel free to let me know and I will script a brand new video with new content and new information that I've learned since. But wands are essentially designed to be an energetic extension of yourself. So they are used to aid in directing energy out. And they aren't going to be useful for everyone or in every circumstance. So a lot of the time, I find that people who get the most use out of wands are people who struggle to direct their energy themselves. And so they like having a tool that is going to aid them in that. Or they want to work further with a particular tree, a particular material such as antler or copper, so that they can imbue their working further with that energy. So essentially, you are using that wand as an extension of yourself. Do I actually have one that is easily accessible? Maybe? Let's see. Do I have one? Oh, I do. Let's use this as an example. So, classic Wiccan wand, right? So these ones are typically from the inside of your elbow to the tip of your finger. It's typically the size of a traditional Wiccan wand, but don't have to be. So this is designed to essentially be a director. So my energy is going in at this end and it's being funneled down to the point at this end. And this is great for people whose energy is kind of scatterbrained. So their energy is going everywhere. They have very little personal control over it. So as you're holding this and you're working with your energy, if you've done like your centering and your grounding techniques and you're used to building up that energy and moving it about, essentially the goal here is where your hand is meeting the wand, you are pushing your energy through this meeting point. It's a physical focus point. So you're feeling the pressure of it in your hand so you know where you're aiming for, rather than it being like a very energetic, floaty kind of feeling. You've got this tangible connection here, and then that is then being pushed through the length of the wand. So it's acting as an extension of yourself. And it allows you to charge items with your energy, to open a magic circle, or to even lay a compass if you wanted to. If you wanted to use a wand instead of something like a stang or a staff, you can do that. And then you can essentially charge items with it. So because they usually have a really fine tip on the end, it's really useful for charging jewelry, for charging crystals, if you do struggle with directing your energy. Now, I don't remember what this wood is. I bought this like 15 years ago. I have no memory. But if you do know the material of the wand that you're working with, so some of my newer ones are made out of blackthorn, you can then start building a connection with the energy of that tree, and then you can imbue that into your magical practice, because your energy is essentially being directed through the body of a tree that you can then work with, and the energy can then be linked in together. So for instance, blackthorn is really good for blasting energy, for protective, for defensive, that kind of magic, whereas if you were using a willow wand, they're really good for that psychic energy, that healing, that communication. Oak is really good for steadfast, strong energy, being very grounded and rooted, which is particularly useful if you do have a tendency to float off. It's also really good in protection magic as well. You can choose a wood that is associated with your birth tree, so it's the Celtic tree zodiac. So for instance, mine is the oak because I'm born in July, and so because of that I work really closely with the oak tree, and so wood from the oak tree for my magical practice is often really, really useful. So I hope that helped. That was a lot. That was like word vomit of information there. I hope that helped in regard to that. Of course, you don't have to use a wand. You can simply use your hands. You can use an athame. You can use a stang, a staff. You can use crystals, like crystal points as wands. These things can all be used as well. So you don't have to have a traditional wand like this. You can have any number of different things. And I love getting to swing it around and point it, because I don't know, I just feel very fancy. It's like when you've got long nails and you start doing this with your hands because like it feels really nice. Anyway, sorry, tangent. Next, before I get sucked into going super deep on one question. I was wondering what witchcraft websites you would use/recommend. I found a few, but they're hard to vet. Thanks for all you do. Oh, thank you so much. This is why I say cross-reference to everything, because there are so many websites that are essentially like echoes of pre-existing, I definitely didn't just bash the table with that, pre-existing information, and that information isn't always accurate. So you might find that one piece of misinformation on one website then suddenly gets spread to 1,000 different websites, and everyone is reprinting and republishing the same information, and that isn't necessarily accurate. So I would recommend cross-referencing to like 6-7 different websites, ideally also cross-reference to a book, preferably something that is pre-2012, I'd say, because that's really when we had this massive boom of websites that have some misinformation in it. And so by doing that, you're more likely to get something that is true and accurate and not full of misinformation. If you would like me to do, I know I keep saying it, like, would you like me to do this video? Would you like me to do that video? But I had an idea for a video which was essentially like, can you use websites to learn witchcraft? And so if you want me to do something like that, it's been on the back burner for like 3 years. It's been in there and I haven't done it yet. Let me know, and I can just vet a whole bunch of websites and see what I think of each of them, pros and cons and all of that, so that you have a better idea of what I personally would use. If that's something you'd like, let me know and I will add it. Where's my little book? Oh, I moved my little book. Of course I did. Why do I tidy? As soon as I tidy, I lose everything. I can add it to my little book of recommendations, and yeah, I can do that because it really is like misinformation central. So yeah, I think cross-reference is essentially the gauge here, and that applies to everything as well. So that applies to TikTok reels, that applies to Tumblr posts, Facebook posts, YouTube videos, like whatever it is, cross-reference it with something else, preferably another medium, because I found especially on short form content, misinformation spreads like wildfire. It's so easy for it to just be an echo chamber inside that one community. So try to cross-reference kind of outside of that as well. Okay. Have you ever accessed the Akashic records, or can you shed some light on what some beneficial uses of them are? So I haven't deep dived into it. I nearly got a book on the subject when I was in Glastonbury, but I didn't. Essentially, what I understand of the Akashic records is it's this energetic, backpedal a little bit. Every time I talk about true names, it essentially comes from the Akashic records. That's where this idea of true names comes from. It's this idea that everything in existence has an energetic imprint that goes right back to the very start of existence. And all of that is essentially mapped into this energy that we can tap into and we can work with, and these are known as the Akashic records. And that's where the idea of true names comes from, of the fact that the energy that creates your existence has its own name that can be used for positive and for negative and these kind of things. I've never fully deep dived into the Akashic records as a whole, and it's probably because it's so overwhelming. If anyone has any good book recommendations, please let me know, because I've seen this one book on the subject and I should have got it and I didn't, but I'd already gone way over my budget. I might have bought more books. I probably shouldn't have. And I was like, I can't. So maybe the next time I can add some in that I can give a go and see what they're like, because I would like to know more, I think, even if just so that I can answer questions on the subject a little bit better, because I do get them quite a lot. Okay. I'm like fidgeting with this. I need to put that down so I don't break it. Ooh, okay. Can you walk us through how you do tarot readings on a spell you've done? I think I've heard you mention it before. I have. Do I have a deck of cards in here? Short answer, not a tarot deck. I can use this deck though. Let's go with this one because this is the one that's always sitting here. So this isn't tarot, but you can use tarot for this just the same. So say you've done a working. Now normally, if I were doing a working, I would do the reading for it beforehand rather than afterwards. So I would, as I'm shuffling, you can do it before or after, but essentially you're going to be thinking through what the intention of that spell and ritual is. So you're going to be shuffling, focusing on that desired outcome and asking how likely it is that that outcome is going to manifest. Now I will work with guides for this. And so for me, I will often get cards kind of just pinging out of the deck. That doesn't always apply for everyone and every style of doing it. So you would shuffle until either cards start kind of coming out or when you feel comfortable to stop. So the first question would say be, will this working be successful for what I want to manifest? And you would wait until a card has come out. So just an example, let's take the top one here. We have this card, if it'll show it. My lights are playing up today. This is beginnings, awareness, and opportunities. So if I were to get a card that was about this kind of beginnings and opportunities, that to me would be a really positive sign that this is going to be manifesting successfully. It's progressing for a positive end. So then I may ask a question, say, if this is going to manifest how I would like it to, can you give me some kind of time frame? Now, some people will say that the different suits in tarot will represent different time frames. So they vary from being days, weeks, months, and years, depending on the suit. I can't remember which ones are which, but some people will have associations like that. I will typically go off the numbers of the cards. So say I'm asking the question of how long is it going to take for this working to manifest? And then say I get this card. This is number 10. So not only could it represent something about this, so this is a tree with no leaves on it. So that could be a representation of the autumn, the winter, as the leaves are starting to shed off the trees, or it could be associated with that number 10. So it could be 10 days, 10 weeks, 10 months. 10 years is unlikely. Even 10 months is quite unlikely. So I would then settle in kind of that 10-week time frame. Or if you're going to find that it's going to be winter coming up sooner than later, it might be that that's the association here. And so you can draw off the imagery and also the numbers on the cards. And so this is typically how I would do my workings. But with my readings, I tend to get cards kind of going everywhere. So instead of having one card come out for is this going to manifest, I might have 2, 3, 4, 5, and they'll all link in together. Now you can do this beforehand. If you do it beforehand, it usually means that you know whether that working is going to manifest in advance. And if it isn't, you can tweak that working and then do another reading. And that way you can kind of have an idea of how adapting it is going to help it manifest better. If you do it afterwards, you can then continue to do a reading. So say, for instance, you want to know if there's anything you can do to better that working. Is there anything that you can do in your own personal life, for instance? So you might want to be thinking, oh, is there anything mundane that can help with this? You know, not just magical. So then you pull a card, for instance, blue. So this card, if it'll show up, is essentially all about isolation, the requirement of help, the feeling really sad and down. And so if I were to be doing a working and this card would come out on the what can I do to assist in it, it might be a case of looking inwards. You've got the, if it'll focus, you've got the spiral here, you've got the labyrinth. It's the idea of kind of taking a look inwards, seeing if there's anything inwards that you can do so that then the energetic work can be done alongside it. So this is very much a self-reflection card. If, for instance, the next card came up, what's this one? Divination. So this is all about guides, Ogham, and tree spirits. So this one could then, for me, represent the idea that I need to be working with something else. There is some other energy that I need to be adding into this working for it to be as successful as it can be. And so you can work with both the artwork and you can work with the wording as well. So if I just split the deck, let's just see what this one would be. Oak. So this is one of my favourite cards in the entire deck. So if I were to get this in the what can I do to assist this working further, it would be I need to be working with oak energy. I need to be adding it into this somehow. So you can do it with tarot, you can do it with oracle. It really depends on the kind of deck that you've got. Personally, I would use tarot just because it's so much more varied and I do read reversals, which massively helps. but you don't have to. Tarot, Oracle, whatever works. You can use playing cards, you can use Lenormand, you can even use it like tasseomancy, tea leaf reading, cartomancy. Well, cartomancy is cards anyway. You can use any form of divination for it. It's just that I typically will use cards, and I say it every time just in case anyone is wondering. This deck is the Celtic Spirit Oracle. It's a really, really pretty deck. Beautiful, beautiful artwork if you are interested in kind of the same things I am, that kind of Celtic energies, the fair folk, tree spirits, plant spirits, that kind of thing. Oh my goodness, thank you so words. Thank you so much, Manny. I really, really appreciate it. I'm sure I've missed a few that haven't popped up on my screen, so if I have, I will get to them as I get down. It's just technical problems, man. You'd think it was Mercury retrograde and it's not. What else have we got in here? Did you watch Eurovision? I did. I always watch Eurovision. I'm an absolute sucker for it. I will be honest, I did want Switzerland to win because their song is absolutely incredible. And my second favourite was Bambi Thug. I have both of them on my playlist and I'm listening to them on repeat. I'm sure I'm driving everyone up the walls with how much I'm playing them. I now have an absolute obsession with Bambi Thug. So good. If you haven't ever watched Eurovision, what are you doing? Maybe you're just normal and not like me. But it was, those two were absolutely incredible. And I will now deep dive into everything that they do because just amazing. And witchy. Bambi Thug, Ireland's performance was incredible. It was all about like obsession spells, and there was like an entire like witchy setup, and you had all the symbols around and the candles. It was great. Absolutely great. Right. Ooh, okay. Does anyone know where I can get Mandrake root? I've only found the oil and it seems impossible to get my hands on any. I will say you might struggle because many countries have it prohibited because it can be used for nefarious purposes. Usually you would have to see if you can find a specialist for it, and there's usually a requirement on the amount that you can have and that kind of stuff. It's a very specialist thing, which is why the oil is more commonly available. Right. So now I've got the code, Switzerland's winning song from Eurovision, in my head and it's gonna go round in a loop forever. Right, what do we have here? What tarot card speaks to you the most? Oh, that's really difficult because it depends on whether we're talking about the ones that come out the most for me or the ones that I feel drawn to the idea of them, the representation of them. I'll be honest, I'm a sucker for the moon card, which is strange because the moon is all about that kind of deception, the deceit, the lying, the hidden aspects. But it's one of those cards where when you get it in a reading, it is so eye-opening. Like you can be doing a reading and you'll be like, what does this relate to? And then you get the moon card and you're like, oh, I get you now. Okay. So I like the moon card for that reason. I like the 6 of Wands, just a very upbeat, happy card. It's great to see in a reading, not so great if it's reversed, but it's just a really nice card to get out of a reading, all about that travel, that journey, that success. As long as I'm remembering the numbers right, because I have the artwork of the cards in my head rather than the number. What else do I really like? Obviously, the 2 of Cups and the 4 of Wands, great, just wonderful cards to have, but the Death card. Some people really hate the Death card. I think it's great. People don't like the Death card, ironically, more than they don't like the Tower. I don't like the Tower. I don't like getting it in readings because it usually means my life is about to be turned upside down. Whereas the Death card, I actually quite enjoy because it's all about kind of bringing things to a close. Things are changing, shifting, adapting. You're moving on, you're moving forwards. And while that can be really intimidating, it's also really empowering. Whereas the Tower card for me is doom, destruction, everything is falling apart. And it kind of freaks me. I've read cards for a long time and it still kind of freaks me. I've been having the Tower card lately. Yeah, I had a bunch of time where I got the Tower card a lot, and it was intense. So I fingers crossed for you. I'm hoping everything will be done with quickly, so then everything can start getting better again. Because that's the worst bit about the Tower card. You can get the Tower card and then it drags on for like months and months and months, or you can get the Tower card and it's done with in like a few weeks. Where am I? Here. I think I'm here. When making a witch bottle, does it need to be a certain size? So, no, not particularly. And that's mostly because, well, okay, so it doesn't need to be massive, is essentially what I'm saying. Like, the bigger you go doesn't mean the better. Take that however you want. I apologise. I'm in one of those slightly hyperactive moods today. It doesn't necessarily mean that bigger is better in terms of like the amount that you can put into the bottle itself. What I will say is you don't necessarily want a witch bottle that's this big, because you're gonna kind of struggle to get what you need into that, and it's not going to be able to hold all that much. So I would say a decent size of a witch bottle is probably about that big. You're looking at something that's kind of small enough to squirrel away somewhere. You can hide it in a box somewhere. You can still bury it in a plant pot, whatever it is that you want to do, but it's big enough for you to have the contents in that you need. So if you were to look at some traditional witch bottles, they are they called Bellarmine jars? Bellarmine bottles? I'm not sure if that's quite right. I think that's right, Bellarmine jars. They are kind of this size, and they are ceramic or earthenware jars, like bottles, and they have a face on the front of them. And they're the traditional form of witch bottle that we see during the early modern period. And they are usually filled with enough so that they do their job, but it isn't so big that it's hard to deal with. And so that's kind of the size that I stick within, because mine are very traditional witch bottles. So we're talking urine. Some people don't like that. I'm a folk practitioner. That is what I work with in my practice. If you don't, that's fine too. There's lots of other ways of doing it. Usually bent or killed pins or nails are added in. And then there's also things like nettle and thorns and tag locks that go in as well. And essentially you need to be able to fit, if you're doing it in my style, for instance, you need to be able to fit all of that inside that bottle. So don't feel the need to go crazy on something absolutely massive, but it needs to be big enough that you are able to put in what you want to put in. Otherwise, you might find it's not as effective as you would like it to be. What are you currently reading? Ooh, okay, so I do this thing where I start a book and then I go, ooh, but I fancy reading that book as well. And then I go and read a bit of that book and then I go, ooh, I actually fancy reading that book. And then before you know it, you've got like 6 books on the go at the same time. So I'm reading a strange combination of books. I'm going to have to look up the exact name of one of them because it's brand new and I forgot the name of it. So one kind of fiction book that I'm reading, I'm on the, I think it's called The Book of Life. It's the last of the trilogy in the Discovery of Witches series. Love it, absolutely love it. Great series. I'm about to start, well no, I'm not about to start, I've kind of already started the TV series. Very good, appreciate it. Yes. So my plan is to continue and hopefully finish that series. And let me just have a look and see what the other books are. I have got about a third of the way through Wished Waters by Gemma Gary, which is the new one by Gemma Gary. I can actually get the information about it up on here, I think, if I can find it. Don't know what my voice did then. It's here somewhere. There's like, Troy Books have got like a massive, absolutely massive list that I'm working through. So, where is it? Is it all the way at the bottom? I think it might legitimately be all the way at the very, it is as well. So, Wished Waters by Gemma Gary is all about water witchcraft. It's about the cult of magic and water. And so the description says, the numinous hangs heavy around bodies of water, places of liminality and otherworldly congress, haunted by eldritch presences and rituals of magic and custom. Wished Waters explores the spirits, deities, magical traditions and ceremonies of holy wells, sacred springs, pools, ponds, lakes, rivers, streams, the sea and dew, alongside matters of hydromancy and the use and significance of water within the witch cult. And so that's one that I've got on the go, and it looks really, really interesting. Which other ones have I got that I've got on the go? I have Blackthorn, Whitethorn by Nigel. Is it Nigel Pearson? Now I've said it, I'm not convinced. Who is it by? Nigel Pearson. Okay, that's fine. I thought I'd just gone completely rogue then. I'm also reading Blackthorn, Whitethorn by Nigel Pearson. So this one is all about East Anglian traditional witchcraft. So it's the idea of the blackthorn and the hawthorn, which is the whitethorn. And this one reads, it's a bit of a bigger description, but I'll just read a part of it. It says, drawing particularly on the knowledge derived from the practices of East Anglian traditional witchcraft and the author's own experiences, this book initially deals with concepts of perceived duality within old craft magical practice. It then attempts to develop some of the paths the witch may employ to overcome this impression, with a view of working towards a deeper level of self-knowledge within their craft. By using the two images of the blackthorn and the whitethorn as exemplars of this perceived duality, and through working with the spirits, virtues, and powers of the natural world, the author aims to overcome this illusion and work towards the development of the witch as a whole and complete being. This is ultimately with the intention of gaining understanding of themselves and their connections within the magical universe, bringing together the light and the shade, working through the bright and dark aspects of the magical nature in an attempt to come to a realization of the witch's true identity. So that's that one. That one, so I love Nigel Pearson's work. Love it. And therefore I, really, really like those. The other one that I've got is called Spiritus. Watch it not be. What is it called? I'm sure it's Troy Books. I'm positive it's Troy Books. It's a little book, and it's about what is it about? My brain has gone completely. It was in the classic Grimoire series. Okay, we're getting there now. I'm working my way through. It was in the classic Grimoire series, and it is about somewhere in America. So that's not very useful, is it? Just somewhere in America. That could mean literally anything. And now my website's not loading. I'll have to get back to you on that one, because this one's not loading. Watch my internet just be gone now. Watch that be the problem, is that my internet is just packed up entirely. Oh no, my internet's still working. That's okay. So, I'll see if I can find the other one. Essentially, what I'm doing right now is I'm working through the Troy Book series, and I'm hoping to be able to rank my favourites in the entire collection. Because after being in Glastonbury, I did end up getting even more of the Troy books that I was missing. And so I now have the majority of what they have. Here we go. So it is called Sanctus Spiritus, The Long Hidden Friend. That's the one that I'm currently reading as well. So this one says, The Long Hidden Friend first appeared in 1820. And it's called The Long Lost Friend. And it's the resulting book is Dutch Pennsylvanian traditional folk magic, which is a topic I have never ever looked into before. So it says it's a fascinating collection of traditional European folk magical formulas for a wide range of spells, simple rituals, charms, talismans, bindings, prayers, benedictions, magical folk healing, recipes and remedies for humans and animals, as well as various non-magical tips for matters of rural and domestic life. So it's edited by Troy Books and Gemma Gary, and it was one that I really liked the look of. And now I have it in my collection, so I'm giving that one a go as well. But of course, I take on too much, as I always do, and I end up with like 6 books that I'm currently reading. So we'll have to see which one gets finished first. I think it will probably be this one, the Sanctus Spiritus, so the Long Hidden Friend, because it just looks so interesting. So interesting. Right. Oh goodness, I did not see these. Thank you so much to LV. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Hendrix. I really hope I'm saying that right. I remember when A Discovery of Witches came out and Deborah Harkness went all out on Facebook making profiles for Diana and Matthew. Wow. That's incredible. I didn't know that. I'm very behind on the Discovery of Witches universe. But so far I really love it. And having been to Oxford now on a couple of occasions, so accurate. And also the content, the witchcraft content, while it is obviously set in a magical universe, right? It's obviously not true to real life. It is, as expected, drawn on from previous traditions and practices that are existing in the real world. So I might have to do a video on it, maybe, because it's really good. Just a really entertaining story as well. I know that not everyone likes it, but yeah, I really liked it. And then thank you so much to Jacqueline. Thank you. What is your definition of a grey witch? So for me, a grey witch is one who walks and works a twofold path. So it is someone who is able to work with the light and the dark, the beneficial and the baneful. It is someone that is willing to kind of walk that path between the two and maybe dip one way or the other, but they're still following that dualistic path and tradition. And that's what I would consider to be a grey witch. For me, I typically would just describe it as a practitioner who follows a twofold path. And that's what the majority of folk magic is. It's really only the modern traditions that very heavily focus on being love and light. It's not to say that's inherently bad or a problem, but it is something that we're seeing directed at beginners because it's more tasteful, it's easier to digest, whereas a lot of the practices that came before are very twofold in their nature. Right, where am I? What is your favourite non-candle spell? I know candle magic is your go-to, but what is your next most frequent method that you use? Oh, it's not going to be for everyone. I work a lot with spirits and servitors. So if I'm not actively doing candle magic, which I usually am alongside this anyway, I would be working with my servitors. I would be asking for aid. I would be giving them offerings and they will go off and do their thing and then come back to me afterwards. That's typically my second most common style of practice. Outside of that, it is working with trees, chanting, practicing with the trees, like talking to them, interacting with them. I'm a tree hugger. I'll admit it. I'm a tree hugger. And so I will choose trees to work with that I formed a connection with, that associate with a particular aspect that I want to be dealing with in life. And then I will commune with them and do magic with them energetically that way. That tends to be something that I go to a lot as well, because it is easy and it's something that I can do on my daily walk. Like I'm a dog. I take myself on a daily walk because of course I do. And it's just very quick and you can do it very discreetly. And that's what I really appreciate as well. As I'm going past a tree, I can do the workings that I need to do. No one would be the wiser that I was doing it at all. Unless I get really into it, in which case then there might be a bit of chanting and then I have to do it really quietly so people don't think I'm strange. I mean, they wouldn't be wrong, but like, I try to not show that too much. And it's just a really easy and effective way of doing it, especially when you start building connection with specific tree energies and tree spirits, whether that's like the collective or whether that's individual plants. It's just a really easy way of doing it, and it's a way of working with them without having to take something from them. So if you're forming a connection with basil, for instance, or willow, you can whisper your intentions, your goals, push your energy into that tree, that plant. You don't have to take anything from it, so you can then get that energy back again. Where was I? I'm on the wrong thing. No wonder I don't know where I am. I'm looking at the wrong I'm looking at the wrong chat. Oh dear. Here we go. Back to where I was before. Any advice on connecting with gods and goddesses or other entities that want to work with you? I think I get this question so often. I think I need to make an entire video out of it just to make it something that can really easily be referenced. But when working or when wanting to connect with gods and goddesses, one of the big things is, I just opened my editing software again. I keep go away. I keep doing it. One of the big things is to learn a little bit about what's going on. So learning who they are, the associations with them, the things that come in their legends, their folklore, their mythology, to really have an idea of what you're working with. Because it's a little bit like forming friends or going for a job interview. You know how if you go for a job interview, they'll often expect you to know a little bit about the company that you want to work with. It's giving that incentive of you want to have someone who is willing to learn about you. They're not just there to gain something from you. You are willing to put in the effort to get to know them first. A little bit like if you were to ask a friend for assistance, or just a stranger on the street for assistance. You'd want to spend a little bit of time with them first before you do, because otherwise it just seems like you're kind of just asking for help and expecting it. So ideally you would want to take some time to learn a little bit of the folklore and legends surrounding that particular deity, or if it's a named spirit or just a classification of spirits, learning a little bit more about them in that regard can be really useful. And then start slowly. Start by just reaching out to them verbally. You might want to call out to them by saying their name. You might want to find a picture that you would like to work with. So whether that is in a deck, so lots of decks will have pictures of deities in them. You can use it as a focal point just to spend a little bit of time communing with them, reaching out to them, and then you can use cards. If this is my cards, by the way, if you ever see me do this. It looks weird, but that's my version of shuffling cards without shuffling cards. You can then start doing readings with them using cards. You can ask if they're willing to come through in dreams and in signs and symbols and these kind of things. And it's essentially like building up layers. But ideally that needs to start with that kind of understanding of who you're working with, what their mythology, their legends, all of that is like a foundation layer to grow on top of. And then you're going to find that different deities and different spirits, they're going to come through to you in slightly different ways. So for me, it's very much audio. That's how all spirits are. That's how all deities are. For other people, it might be more in symbolism and representations. And it might be something where you're going to have to tweak it based off the different deities and spirits that you're working with, because they might come through to you in slightly different ways. Okay, where was I? I'm here. Oh. I'm a novice witch in my research, and I hear many people talk about seeing spirits and energy, but I've never seen anything. Does it take long to develop the skill to be able to see such phenomena? It can take a really long time. It might never ever happen. But when people are talking about seeing energy in particular, usually this isn't physical sight. This isn't like seeing it like I can see my hands in front of me or I can see the camera in front of me. It is instead a mental image. So it's kind of, we are sensing the energy and then our brains are creating an image to match what we are sensing around us. And so I think it's important to take into consideration that if someone sees something, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be physical sight, and that is something that can often throw people off a little bit. When it comes to seeing spirits, not everyone is going to. I've been very fortunate in that I have seen spirits on numerous occasions, but that mostly comes out of it being that's how I often perceive spirits. For me, it is seeing spirits, sensing their energy, sometimes hearing them, and generally just knowing that they're around. Whereas for other people, their primary thing might be audio. They might hear whispered conversations, they might hear footsteps, they might hear their name being called. You know, they have a different perception of the world. And that can also apply to like a sense of smell. Some people will smell spirits. and they will smell the perfume or the cologne or the cigar smoke or the alcohol that that person was particularly fond of. And that's how they get their energy and spirit sensing from. It comes from that smell. And so I think it's less of a one size fits all and more of there's lots of different ways that people will experience things. So when it comes to spirits, some people, even practitioners, are essentially dead to the world. Like they don't see, smell, hear anything, and yet they can still have a successful magical practice. It's not a requirement. Some people will find that theirs will show up in very particular ways. So it might be one specific category, such as smell, sight, sound, touch. Even some people will sense spirits by simply their physical presence. They'll feel it in their body, whether it's an actual touch or whether they almost feel like they can feel fabric on them that isn't theirs. Like it's what the spirit is attempting to express to them, that kind of thing. And then that can then grow and develop over time. When it comes to energy, not everyone is going to see it in the same way. Some people may physically see it. Some people may mentally see it. Other people may just sense it. So it might feel very hot, very cold, very heavy, very light. For me, anything that's very strongly energetic is like, it's like a lead weight in my hand. Like if someone hands me like Moldavite, it's like, it is like a heavy lead weight that like pulls my hand down. That's how I sense energy. Other people might sense energy completely differently to me. So I think the main thing is, don't compare your practice too heavily to someone else's practice. I know that you might see the same things being mentioned quite frequently, and that's because they're quite popular and prevalent experiences, but it doesn't mean that you have to have them or that you're going to experience them in the same way, and it doesn't mean that your practice is going to be lesser if you don't. It just means that you're going to have to work through things just slightly differently. Thank you so much, Priestess, as well. I nearly missed that one coming in, but thank you so much. So we've been on for nearly an hour and a half. I feel like I just want to go over kind of what's happening for anyone who's just tuned in. Feel free to ask any questions regarding witchcraft and paganism, and if you fancy asking any other questions, feel free to, and we can see what comes up. I try to work as best I can chronologically. So if you've asked a question and I haven't got to it yet, I will get to it. So please don't spam the chat, and just be nice to the mods and nice to everyone else. And if you want to watch this afterwards, it will be up on the channel, so you can just watch it like a podcast episode or something. So back to the chat. Where was I? What are your favourite online stores for witchcraft related items? Handmade, anything. There is no like one particular store where I would say get things from. Well, I mean, in Glastonbury, there obviously is, and if you're interested in that, feel free to watch any of the Glastonbury videos I've done, because I kind of go into detail about the different places that I will buy from in Glastonbury, and that's way more detailed. So really any of the Glastonbury halls will tell you that. If we're talking just general purchasing of things, like on the internet, I will try to always find people who make things themselves, and that to me is really, really important. And don't just assume that because a platform says handmade, that it's actually handmade. This is a problem that's really building at the minute. So do make sure that whoever you're buying from is making the items themselves, because it does make a massive difference. So I do like Etsy, but make sure to always double, triple, quadruple check, because it's not always handmade despite what they say. Sorry, not sorry. I sell on Etsy, and so I'm fully aware of you know, the things that people get up to on Etsy, and it's not always handmade. So really I will go for small independent shops, so like wand makers that make their own wands. I'm talking like candle makers who specifically make their own candles, practitioners making for practitioners, because it makes a massive difference to the energy of what you are working with, and it does have a real impact, for me anyway, on my magical practice, to know where things have come from, to know who's dealt with them. And I would personally avoid mass-produced junk. I'm looking at you, Temu, AliExpress, Wish. Mass-produced junk. Sorry, not sorry. Because we're finding that more and more of this is coming out because witchcraft has become so popular. You don't know where the item is being made. You don't know who is making it, the working conditions that person is in order to make those things. So for me, I would steer clear of that entirely. Okay. How do you keep your mental health with magic? Any tips for those in the community that need help with their mental health? Now, I'm always the first to say, mundane over magical, please. If you are really struggling with your mental health, please reach out to someone who is able to help you. Reach out to someone that you can talk to. It doesn't necessarily have to be a therapist, a medical professional, but do reach out to someone that you can trust in your life, that you can talk to. First and foremost, always. And if you can, I would recommend, if you feel like you would benefit from it, reaching out to a professional to help. I'm very open with the fact that I've spent most of my life going to different therapists for one reason or another, and I find that the tools that they can give me, I can then implement to better myself, better my life, and hopefully be a better person to the people in my life and also the spirits and the practice in my life as well. And I just think it's really important to emphasize that, because so many people within the community prioritize the magical over the mundane. I would recommend doing both. I would recommend keeping diaries, journals, and not just for magic, but also for how you are feeling as well. And you will often find that you can cross-reference between the two, and you may well find that there are workings and styles of practice that will aid, that you feel better doing, or that you are more drawn to do during particular phases in your mental health. And so you might find that useful as a way of keeping track of things. And generally, if you need to take a break from your witchcraft, from your magical practice, to take care of yourself, do it. I don't care what anyone says, do it. You need to take the time. Otherwise, you just burn yourself out. You are going to make yourself worse, because it is not the be-all end-all of being a practitioner. You shouldn't be making yourself or putting yourself into difficult situations that can make you worse. It should be a benefit to your life, an addition, something you can develop and grow and learn with and love, instead of being something that is making it more difficult. So if you're finding that you're really, really struggling, take a step back, take a break. You are no less a practitioner for prioritizing yourself. It is the most important thing, because all of your energy is going to have to go through you anyway. So make sure that you're taking care of you first. I know that that's kind of very generic advice, but it's what I stick to personally. Where was I? I bought a glass bottle shaped as a heart. I was once on a path that I enjoyed and picked up small rocks, herbs, and symbolizations that mean something. That mean something to me. Let's go with that. I write paper about what I want. Is it a spell? Yes. Yeah, you've essentially created a spell bottle right there. So you've got a bottle. So the very basics of a spell, like the real, pure, bare basics, is you want to manifest something. So you have the desire for change. You know what you want to manifest. So this is your intention, your goal, what it is that you want to create. So you've got the desire to do it, and you know what you want to do. You are then putting energy towards that goal. So not just physical energy, but you are putting your personal magical energy towards that goal in one form or another, to gain a magical response back. That's a spell, magical working, however you want to describe it. There's then obviously classifications within that. So for instance, this would be a spell bottle. So you've got a vessel for that working to be stored in. You've got a goal that you want to achieve. You're willing to put the work in to do it. You've got the bottle. You've got items that you can add into that bottle that are associated with something that means a lot to you. You're writing your goal down that you can then add into it. you are creating a spell bottle, even if you don't realize that you're doing it. And so many people will carry out magical practice without even realizing it. The most popular one that I see people talking about is birthday candles, like blowing out candles on a birthday cake. You want a certain thing in your life. That's step one of a spell. You have a goal in mind that you want to manifest. That's step two. That's the wish. You are wishing for it in your mind. You are thinking about it, focusing on it, desiring it. That's the energy that you're putting into it. And then you are using your breath to literally blow out that candle to draw in that magical energy that you want to manifest. Birthday candles, man, they're spells. They're all spells. So yeah, completely you are doing a spell by creating what you've created. Oh, thank you so much, Mama's Dragons. Thank you so much. And also to Christina's Journey. Thank you so much. And I love the little Shivas that are doing this and this. They're so cute. Oh, ha, 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 ha. Okay, where was I? I'm here somewhere. The flower moon is coming up soon. Any special witchy things that are especially associated with it? There definitely will be. So the moons are typically connected with, well, it depends on where you are. Different locations will use different names and terminologies for it. So if you're in America, it's very different than if you're in Europe. It very much varies. And they're usually associated with seasonal energies. So you would have, say, like the strawberry moon or the harvest moon or the wolf moon, the sturgeon moon. They're associated with seasonal events. And so more than anything, I'd say it's about this drawing up of much older belief and energy that these times of year are significant, and then working with that energy to manifest it in your practice. So for instance, the flower moon just instinctively for me represents abundance, fertility, growth, development, change, progress. And so for me, if I were doing a working at that time, I would be working for those specific intentions. Whereas if we are talking, say for instance, I'm trying to think of another one, like a harvest moon, for instance, that for me is more about closing up cycles. It's about dragging out the last bit of abundance from what it is that we're trying to manifest. We're bringing things to a close so that then we can move forwards onto progressing onto something further. Now, that is just my interpretation of it. Of course, if you were to look it up online, I'm sure there's lots of different ways that you can interpret that differently. Okay. What are your thoughts on laying a compass as opposed to casting a circle? I find it much more effective to communicate with spirits. Yes, and you will do. So the main difference is, I have done a whole video on this subject. It's linked on the channel somewhere. I'll see if I can get the name of it, and then I can put it in the chat. But the main differences are that a compass is designed to open up liminal space. So that environment that you are creating is open to energies, open to spirits. So yeah, this is the video in question, is this one. So a compass is designed to open up the crossroads, right? So you have the direction, so it's essentially like a 6-way opening. So you go above, below, and then you go the standard kind of compass, north, south, east, west. You're opening up all these different avenues, and you are essentially allowing free passage backwards and forth between you and the spirits, and then back again, as well as up and down. So if you are wanting to commune with spirits in a deeper way, perhaps a more intense way, then a compass is probably what you're going to be after. If you want to work with spirits in a more traditional witchcraft stance, then you're looking at a compass round. If you are wanting more protection, then you're looking for a standard circle. So the big difference is that a compass round opens up the crossroads. A circle is a containing bubble. And that containing bubble can act as protection, but it can also allow the energy to build up in that space so that when you drop that circle, it will release that energy all in one go, so it gives a much stronger effect. Especially useful if you are nervous about practicing, you don't want interaction with spirits necessarily, you want to create that enclosed sacred space, you would use a circle. If you want to open yourself up to the spirit world, you would use a compass. So really, it doesn't surprise me too much that you find that it's more effective for you to use a compass for this particular purpose, because it's allowing that easy flowing of communication versus a circle, which is very much an enclosed capsule, essentially. Right. Any tips on starting astral projection? Keep a diary, because I found a lot of practitioners are inadvertently experiencing astral projection without realizing that they are doing it. And so if you can keep a dream journal, you'll know what your dreams are, and you will likely notice that occasionally you'll get dreams that are very, very different. They don't feel like dreams, but you would have perhaps forgotten them if you hadn't have been keeping the diary. And so I would always keep a dream journal, dream diary, whatever it is, because you will likely find that you are experiencing things that otherwise you wouldn't notice. So that's kind of the one thing I would say to start with if you are wanting to get into astral projection. There is a book that I like. Am I going to be able to find it? I will give it a go. I'll try to find it. No promises, but I will try. Let's have a look. It's by Dennings and Phillips. They're really, really prevalent authors on the subject in general. Let's see if I can find it. Will it be in A's? Maybe. Oh, what do we have here? Oh. Nope, I can't see it. But it's by Dennings and Phillips. I'll see if I can pull up the name. This is why I need to reorganize my bookshelf. I did find this one. This one I doubt anyone is going to be able to find. I will be honest straight away. I don't think anyone's going to be able to find this. If you do, it's very, very good. This is Astral Projection, Understanding Your Psychic Double by Janet Board. It's one of my favourite books on the subject, actually. So there are loads in this series. I just only have this one. I found it at a secondhand store. And it's essentially a series of practical handbooks designed as an authoritative introduction to occult theory and practice. Each book is devoted to one facet of a Stoic philosophy and teaching, and new titles are added every year, thus ensuring a continuing and versatile coverage of occult themes. So this one's really good, but there is one by this one's by Janet Board. There's one by Dennings and Phillips. Let's just see if I can get the name of the book up, because that could be useful. Here we go. So it's called The Llewellyn Practical Guide to Astral Projection, The Out-of-Body Experience by Denning and Phillips. That's the one I really enjoyed on this, alongside this one, but obviously this one is going to be harder to find. Let me just see if you can even get this. Psychic Double by Janet Board, because I don't know if you'll be able to get it, because I don't typically like recommending books that no one is going to be able to nobody's going to be able to get hold of. No, oh bloody hell, that I paid £8 for this. Okay, never mind. We're not going to go for that one, because that's like £90. I'm really sorry. It's because I go to a lot of secondhand stores, and so I find like old books that are just like there. But yeah, if you can find a book on the subject that will give kind of additional context, that would be really great. I like the one by Denning and Phillips though, and that one is still, I believe it's in print. We will see. Let's have a look. I mean, there's a few out there. Just please don't go for the one by Mary Silver. Please don't. Do yourself a favour and don't. Yeah, so there's a few books actually on astral projection by Denning and Phillips. So there's Astral Projection, Out-of-Body Experience 3. So that looks like it's the third in the series. But yeah, I do like their works on this particular topic. Okay. Let's have a look. Do you have a matron or patron or both? And if so, who are they? Mine are Hecate and Hades. So I have a matron goddess in Bridget, and but she's not the only goddess that I will work with. So I work with Bridget and I work with Ceridwen. And for gods, I don't necessarily know if he would be considered a patron, but I work with Keranos. Some people say it differently. That's just how I've always said it. Some people say Keranos and like have a double in the middle. My brain doesn't like that, so we're going to go for Keranos. So those are the ones that I will work with myself regularly. But I don't necessarily have any strict, say, like patron, matron. I definitely have a matron, but I don't necessarily have the balance of the patron at this point. I'm kind of being told that I do, so maybe I do. But yeah, that's kind of a thing that's grown in my magical practice as time has gone on. It's not been a dedicated thing. It's definitely been something that has been added to as time has gone on. So if you're looking if you're at the start of your practice and you're looking for a matron and a patron, don't feel any pressure to like rush into it and have to do it. You can take as much time as you want. It took me, was it eight years before I found a deity that I wanted to connect with, that was reaching out to me. And so my practice was no worse before that point. It was just different. Oh, thank you so much to Rowan. Thank you so much with the little Sheba. This is the thing as well. I'm tangent. I know. I don't understand how what is this? This is painful. What is this? Why is this out of fashion? This is cute. This is adorable. Why did people start doing hearts like that? That is so uncomfortable. I'm sorry. What? I'm gonna keep doing this because it's cute. Complete tangent, but yes. There we go. Where was I? Where am I? Here we go. Speaking of Mercury and the eclipse, any sources online that address every single astrological event going on so we won't miss any? I don't necessarily have a source that addresses all of them, but I'm gonna see if I can I'm gonna see if I can find the people that I follow. I just had a complete brain fart. I've got my Instagram here, so I can see if I can find the people that I really like. There's this one account that I'm really enjoying. Their content is just, I love the way that they share their content, but it's a case of finding them. Here we go. Their account is called Spiritual Weatherman, and absolutely love the style of content. Anytime it comes up on my feed, I will watch it. Really enjoy just how it's shared. It's very animated. So they are who I always go to for it. So it is Spiritual Weatherman. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to, if it will focus. Will it focus? It's not going to focus, no. But yeah, their account is the one that I typically will stick to. I'm still kind of getting into the whole super invested in it stuff, but so far everything's lined up really strongly, so really appreciate that. So that's typically where I go. I'm sure there are so many more sources out there that you can, but yes, that is where I typically go. So next, where am I? I find meditations very hard to do without a guide. Would it be weird to do my own guided meditations? Not at all. And actually I was going to say most books, but I suppose most of the books that I have are they kind of encourage it. They actively say, this is a guided meditation, read it out loud, record it, and then listen to it back. And that's what I've always done. I didn't realize that was not commonplace. Maybe it isn't. But yeah, you can totally do that. Don't feel like you can't, because it means that you can essentially you can create your own guided meditation that's perfect for what you want, and then you can just repeat it again and again and again as you need to. So yeah, you can totally do that. And actually, it's probably a really great way of doing it, as long as you can deal with hearing your own voice. I know a lot of people really dislike listening to themselves and audio recordings. So it might not be for everyone if you don't, but it is, yeah, definitely an option. Right. Do you have any superstitious beliefs? Yes, I suppose I do in the grand scheme of things. So I will always say touch wood. Always touch wood. Touch a book or touch a table or whatever it is. I don't have any like super intense ones, so it's not like I have to greet every magpie that I see. I don't do that at all, actually. I'm happy to step on cracks in the road. I'm happy to walk under ladders, even though you probably shouldn't if there's someone like on that ladder. That's a bad idea. I'm fine walking like under scaffolding. Black cats are by far superior to all others. Sorry, but it's true. Black cats are amazing. What else don't I have a superstition of? If I spill salt, I don't throw it over my shoulder. The only one is really the whole touch wood thing. I do tend to do that still, and fingers crossed is another one that I will often do. Except I do like a double fingers crossed and then I cross my fingers again. So I feel like that is almost countering the fingers crossing, because then I'm crossing the crossed fingers and so I'm kind of undoing it. But I still do this. And yeah, it's just kind of things that are built into kind of upbringing and just the things that I'm used to doing. I guess in other places around the world, superstitions are going to be slightly different, which I think is interesting. Right. Is it possible to get memories from past lives in the form of déjà vu or strange coincidences? For instance, I knew the way into a historical site and had never been there before. Oh, definitely. Yes, there was one. It was kind of it was a family member of a friend, essentially, who went to an old house and knew basically everything about it. They went in and they knew where things were, and they knew the path that people would take when they were working there, and they essentially got to the point where they realised that quite possibly I was here in a past life. And you will find several people talk about it quite openly. A lot of people won't share it at all. They feel very self-conscious about it. But a lot of people will get these experiences where it feels like they've been there before. And sometimes it's not just a little feeling, it's like massive, like they know things that there's no way of being able to know. I mean, there was a few stories a few years ago, and now whether you believe it or not is an entirely different matter, of small children talking about people that they could never have met, you know, like grandparents who passed away, or family members that were like across the world and they'd never seen or known, and they kind of understood things and they had memories of things that they couldn't remember. Or even weirder are the ones where you have children who are remembering how they've died and like where they were and what they were doing and what their name was, and then when it's cross-referenced it was an actual person. Like, I think that's really strange, and whether you believe it or not is different, but it's really interesting, and you can get it in really big ways like that, and usually children will grow out of it eventually, but you also get adults who will just go somewhere and they'll just know things. You know, you've had people who maybe on a day trip will go to like a bunker, like a World War II bunker, and they will just immediately know things and they have no idea how they knew it. It's so weird. It's so cool, but it is also really, really weird. So yeah, definitely possible. Ooh, do you have any book recommendations on the Pendle witch trials and folklore specific to the Lancashire area, as I'm trying to learn more about my local lore? I've not found any traditional like folk magic books in Lancashire yet. I'm still looking. I'm always looking for some new ones to add into my collection. I don't have any. This is like, I'm basically just saying no to the entirety of this question, but an alternative is there's a documentary on YouTube that is all about the Pendle witch trials, and it is phenomenal. I've watched it 3 times now. I'll see if I can find the exact name of it, because it's really, really good. I think it's on, what channel is it on? Chronicle, that's it. So the video is called, I mean, it's on a few of them, but the one I've seen is called 1612, The Disturbing Witch Trial That Shook Britain, the Pendle Witch Child. And that's on the channel Chronicle Medieval History Documentaries. I've watched that one several times, and it's really, really good. So not necessarily a book recommendation, but if you want to learn more about it, it is very, very interesting. So, and I'll have to have a look and see if I can find any books, because I'm slowly adding, like I literally, like last weekend, got a book on the witch trials, like many different accounts from the witch trials. And so if I can find any more on the subject, I will definitely have to do a video on it so that I can share the titles that I really like the look of. Okay. Okay. Would you recommend for a purification bath frankincense or pine? Frankincense. Personally, I would always go frankincense. Ooh, I loved your new video on magical tools. Thank you so much. How would you use runes and Ogham staves? So I feel like this again is going to have to be its own video, because this is like a big topic and there's like loads of different ways of doing it. But there's two kind of main routes that I will take. I think I'm sure I've done a video on it before. It's been included in a video somewhere. Anyway, so there's two main techniques that I will work with. So the first one is that I will think of my question as I am holding all of the runes, or as I am spreading them out in front of me. That also applies to Ogham as well. I'm just going to use runes as just the generic term because it's going to make it easier. So they're all out in front of me. Usually they're all face down, but obviously with staves it's not so easy. And I'm moving them around and I'm asking my questions. And as I'm doing this, I'll all of a sudden get almost like stuck, like energetically stuck. There'll be something that is like trying to catch my attention. I can feel it. And if I move my hand away from it, it stops. If I go over that rune again, it like stands out to me energetically. So I pick that one up, put it to the side. I then keep going, see what else is coming through. And then another one will stand out to me. So I'm like hovering my hand over it. That one's coming out, put it to one side. I then do it again. I like threes. I do a lot of threes in my practice. Again, holding my hand over it. Oh, that one is sticking to me. I'll get that and I'll put it to the side. So they're all in an order. So I've got 3 in a row. If they're upside down, I'll flip them over and see what they look like. And then I start reading one at a time, as I would with tarot, with oracle, whatever I'm using. So you're reading each one individually, and then you are grouping them together into a collective answer. And oftentimes you'll find that they'll link together fairly easily. The other way of doing it is more of a throwing technique. So it is maybe not as suitable for all situations, but I would take the bag of runes or Ogham, whatever you're using, and I would be asking my question to that bag, and I would essentially cast the contents of that bag out onto a cloth. That cloth might have symbols on it that are going to represent things. Sometimes people use almost like a compass, so it'll be a circle with a cross through the middle, and each section is dedicated to a different aspect of life. So often I use it in a similar way to how I would read candle wax. So I will have the circle, and it is split in a cross, and anything on the, I can't get my lefts and rights very easily. Anything on the left, so your right, so anything this side is the past, anything this side is the future, anything at the top is emotional, spiritual, non-physical, and anything at the bottom is the mundane, the real life, the nitty-gritty kind of real stuff. And then depending on the placement of those runes and whether they are upright, because I only read the ones that are facing up, and then the placement of them within the grid is how I would read that reading. Or you can just, if you don't want to use the cloth that's split into different things, you can just read the runes as they are showing up, kind of like whichever ones are upright are the ones that you're reading to answer that question. There's so many different there's so many different techniques depending on your personal style. Some people will use very, very unique, kind of very personal styles. Other people will just have very generic, like me, like 3. I do 3 card readings. I do 3 rune draws, like that kind of thing. So yeah, those are just the ways that I do it personally, and I really enjoy doing it that way, but it might not work for everyone. Okay. If you had the attention of the whole world right now, what would you say? Interesting. I don't know the exact wording that I would use, but it would be we have bigger things to deal with. Stop being petty. Because half of the problems in existence are because people care too much about things that in the grand scheme of things are really small. And I'm talking about like people are focusing so much on this one mistake that they made like 5 years ago. You know, this like, oh, well, I think I messed up during a job interview, and it's like keeping them awake at night. And it's like there are so many bigger and better things for you to be thinking about. There are so many important topics that we need to be focusing in on. And instead, people have a tendency to get caught up in the little things, and those things are what chip away at happiness. You know what I mean? Like it's the comparison is the thief of joy kind of idea of there are bigger things that you can look forward to, that we need to be working on, that we need to be doing. And it's so easy to get caught up in all those little things that you end up losing track of all the happy things in your life because you're focusing so much on the little bad things that you don't see the bigger picture anymore. Is basically it, because I've been prone to do it a lot. I will focus on like the little mistakes I've made. Like I'll focus on, oh, well, maybe if I'd have done this slightly differently, then that would have worked out. Or, oh, you know, I'm sad that I made this mistake because I should have done it this way. And I focus so much on it that you lose track of everything else. I mean, the thing is, there's so many things that you can say to people. It's hard to pick kind of just one. Okay. Oh, here we go. Thank you so much, Shadowlands Radio. I'm so sorry I didn't see this earlier. This is one that I missed earlier. Any good book suggestions for working with merfolk? So this is kind of tricky. I will be honest, this one's kind of tricky. I'm going to see if I can find any of the books that I'm thinking will have a connection to this. I'm not sure though, so we'll see. What have we got here? Oh, that's the fairy magic book that I was looking at, and these are the ones, for once, the alphabetized system worked. Okay, so I'm kind of going to backtrack a little because I did say earlier that I was going to do it. One of my favourite books on fairy magic or fairy work in general is this one. This is a complete guide to fairies and magical beings, and it does kind of tie into this subject. So there's two versions of this book. I've got both of them. I'm pretty certain they're both the same. It's just a different cover. So this goes over. Let's have a look what the contents list of this one is. The origins of fairies, myth or spirituality, who are the fairies, evidence for them in literature and legend, nature spirits, divas and elementals, fairies and earth energies. What else have we got? The darker side of fairies, powerful fairies, fairies and the Arthurian tradition, where are the fairies? I'm going to get it in the neck for saying it so many times. And an A to Z for the fair folk. So it kind of covers a whole range of stuff. So if you're interested in fairy magic, this one's good. But I just wanted to kind of check to see what kind of information it had on merfolk, because commonly they end up being grouped together, and there's some debate as to whether or not water spirits should be put in the same category. Some people will classify them as merfolk, and some people will classify them as water spirits, and some people will classify them as fair folk, and it very, very much varies. So for instance, this book doesn't go super in depth in it, but there is a section just here that is about selkies, which are, by this book's definition, a form of water spirit or water fairy. So this says, selkies, water fairies who wear seal skins. The females are beautiful, the males are ugly, and they create storms to deter seal hunters. Now obviously that's not merfolk as a whole, but they're often classified as one member of the merfolk. So you will often find them kind of in small sections of books on fair folk. We'll just check if there's anything else in here. Mer People is pages 100 to 101. 100 to, I just want to see if it's any good in here. So you have Spirits of the Sea. Yeah, you've got Spirits of the Sea and you've got Darker Water Spirits. It's not a massive amount in this one, so I'm going to have a look in these two as well. So the other two options that you've got are kind of water magic books. So I just wanted to see if there's anything in here, because as much as I would love to have an amazing memory for these things, I just don't. What I will do, if I'm not able to give you like an immediate book recommendation, I'm gonna go away and have a look and see if I can find any that seem decent and have a look into them, because I also want to kind of learn more about this subject, and I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to without getting some more books. More books, yes. So in this book, so this is Water Witchcraft by Anwyn Avalon. There is an entire section on merfolk and fin folk, just there. So this covers kind of mermaids in folklore, the different kinds by the looks of it. Also covers beliefs, where they're believed to live. Not a massive amount in there, but it's something, and I am going to go away and see if I can find some more, because I don't think there's enough out there about it, and I want to get a book on the subject and see if I can really deep dive into it. So I'm sorry I can't give an immediate answer, but I'm gonna kind of keep looking and see what I can find, because it's inevitable that there will be books out there. It's just whether or not I have them in my collection, because I don't have I wish I had everything, but I sadly don't. Okay, let's have a look. Where are we? Ooh, do you have any good book recommendations on just paganism? No, and there's a reason for that. I'm just starting out my practice, and I'm just trying to read as much as I can, as I don't feel Wicca is right for me. So the reason that you can't find that many books that are... You can find like very generic books on paganism, but the problem you've got is that different people classify paganism in different ways. And for me, I've always been taught that paganism is an umbrella term. So it covers a variety of different beliefs, traditions, systems. It covers a whole range of even religions, some people will say, that fall outside of the Abrahamic faiths. And so there's a lot of variety in there. And so a lot of people will say paganism, but it's really important to remember that that can cover a wide variety of things, and it doesn't always mean the same thing to different people. So I've not found many that I really, really like, because they just don't hit the spot for me. So if Wicca isn't for you, are you specifically, I mean, you don't have to actually answer this, it's just more like a rhetorical question. Are you looking to find a religion, or are you looking to find kind of a path that you are wanting to go down within witchcraft? Because they're kind of very different. You can be a witch without being a pagan if you don't want to be. But yeah, I need to look into more books and see if I can find some specific ones on like maybe different branches of paganism could be good. Because I think general paganism could be a lot to fit into one book. But if anyone has any recommendations for books on merfolk, we've got here Mermaids by Skye Alexander. Let's have a look at this one for merfolk. And if anyone has any for just general paganism, I know we've got one here which is The Pagan World. And yeah, I mean, I will check them out as well and see what I think, because I'm very curious. Let's have a look. Okay, so I've got both of them saved. Oh, one thing I will say about the Mermaids book. I don't have the Mermaids book. I want to preface this by... Every time I say preface, people are like, it's not preface, it's preface. So, whatever it is. By saying, I don't have the Mermaids one. I have the Unicorn one. And it is very much a unicorns in fairy tales, unicorns in bedtime stories, unicorns in legends and myths, and it's less about like practical applications. If you're after practical application, I don't think that series in general is perfect for it, but it has a lot of that kind of folklore, folktale aspect to it. Yeah, just to put that out there, I've not read the mermaid one, but the unicorn one I do have, and it's fine. It's fine. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it to anyone per se, but it's fine. Okay. Trying to figure out where oh no. I knew it was gonna do that. There was this moment where it just froze. Typical. I'm hoping I've not lost. I think I've lost quite a few, I think. Oh no. Okay, I apologise to any that I have lost. The first question that I've got up at the top is now about elderberries. So I'm really sorry if I've missed any. I'm going to try and like blast through if I have, so that I don't miss any more. Oh, I'm so annoyed at myself. I do miss the Q&A feature. I don't know how to get it back. I don't know why it's gone. I don't know what I did. But yeah, I'm going to have to see if I can figure out how to get the Q&A feature back, because that was so good last month at kind of sorting it out, so we didn't have any jumped, not massive any jumped questions anyway. So yeah. Oh no. Okay, this kind of ties into a question that I did answer earlier, but I will still do it anyway, just briefly. Another thing I'm curious about, sometimes witches use wands and sometimes they only use their hands. Which do you believe is more accurate? Neither. Because it's not so much about accuracy. Accuracy isn't so much an issue with this. So witchcraft is a results-based practice. So if something works, you will use it again. And so some people will find that using wands is really, really effective for them, and they will use them then every single time. And some practitioners will use a wand a few times and find that it's actually not really something that they find useful. They actually get better results when they're using their hands. And so they will solely use that when it comes to using circle casting and charging items and those kind of things. So I think it's less a case of which is more accurate and more a case of which is more useful. But when we are talking about, oh my goodness, you are a genius and I am an idiot. Sorry. I spent hours looking for that. Sorry, tangent. So if we're looking at what's more accurate, historically speaking, hands is probably more accurate because most of the folk practices were done by general people, and so it wasn't something that you would necessarily have a specific item for per se, but obviously we do see folk practitioners who did use wands. What I just freaked out about was someone literally just said, is the Q&A feature at the bottom of your chat? And it blooming well is, isn't it? I spent 2 hours troubleshooting this. Oh no. Is there much point in turning it on now? I'm not sure if there is. I'm 2 hours in and I just found the Q&A feature. Thank you so much, Joe. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. I'm an idiot. Okay. We're just gonna pretend like I didn't forget that existed and keep going. Oh dear. Okay. I wanted to know about the elementals as far as persons are concerned. I was told during a crystal cleansing that this is what I was. Could you help me with this association? Oh. Interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about that. So I think it's important to remember the elementals as we know them today, the undines, the salamanders, the sylphs, these are fairly modern terms. Now that doesn't mean that these beings aren't considerably older. but we see the terms come into existence fairly recently, and by fairly recently I'm thinking, as far as I can remember anyway, it's in the last 150 years. These aren't terms that have been used extensively for millennia. It's a fairly new terms. And elementals are spirits. So they are non-corporeal beings. And so as far as the term elemental goes in how it is used today, they are beings that you cannot be because you are a human. You are a corporeal being rather than a non-corporeal elemental spirit. So I don't necessarily think that is likely, not to discount what anyone has said. I'm wondering if the term is instead perhaps being used in an alternative way. So it may well be that the term is being used to describe how you experience energy, and the energy that you are it's easier for you to connect with, is what I'm trying to say. So it may well be that you find that working with a particular element is considerably easier for you, and so your practice therefore may be more elemental in nature. It might be described as being elemental, or your energy might manifest in a very elemental way. It might be perceived that way by others, and so you would by extension be described as being quite elemental. I'm not sure if that's maybe more what's being used here as a term, because otherwise it is like non-corporeal spirits, and that becomes kind of a harder thing to work with. So yeah, not sure, but I suspect it will be that the term is being used in a slightly different way. Okay. What are your views on snakes? I've heard they're very powerful as well as very healing. Yeah, commonly they are associated with knowledge, and we see this in many different stories. So I'm gonna have to double check this. Is the term Axis Mundi what I'm after? Yes, the Axis Mundi. So it is kind of this energetic axis between the above and the below, and it passes through our world as it goes up and down. And commonly we see the snake being representative of this and is deeply associated with it, to the point, I believe, that the symbols are used in medicine. The two snakes entwined around a staff, I think, is used in medicine. And it's also associated with wisdom in other traditions, but maybe in unpredictable ways. So if we think back to like the Garden of Eden, for instance, it's the snake that is attempting to convince Adam and Eve to consume the apple. And so it is that idea of snakes being very deeply spiritual, perhaps not necessarily being maybe a little bit deceptive, a little bit sneaky and tricky, and it is this association with the hidden knowledge more than anything else. Yes, that's what I'm thinking. I'm never ever gonna be able to say that. The caduceus. Apparently it is the staff carried by Hermes. But yeah, that's used in medicine to this day with the entwined snakes. It's often about concealed knowledge, snakes especially. This kind of hidden arcane wisdom. And it's why a lot of traditions don't like snakes, because it's this idea of secret knowledge, the arcane, the things that should not be known by mankind. And if anything, that just makes me like them more. Plus, they're cute. Have you ever seen a hog-nosed snake? Oh, hog-nosed snakes are so cute. They're just little babies, and I'm a sucker for a hog-nosed snake. Corn snakes as well are just adorable. So I love snakes. I think they have great representation. I think they have amazing spiritual associations as well that we can draw into our magical practice. Okay, where was I? I'm here somewhere. after your Troy Books haul, I bought a bunch of books. I'm so sorry. It is something that I get now. I will have people saying, please don't post that book video yet. I can't get any more books. And I'm so sorry every time that I do it. I can't help it. I'm a sucker for some books. Have you seen them drink water? Adorable. I have. Snakes are so cute when they drink water. My ex used to have a corn snake, and he was so cute. So unbelievably cute. I struggled with the feeding of. I'm not an overly squeamish person, but there's something about going to get some chips out of your freezer and seeing snake food. If you know, you know. I'm not going to scar anyone if you don't. I wasn't such a fan of that, but they are very, very cute. Okay. How do I do a tarot reading with my own tarot cards that I own? I would have assumed. I mean, I'm guessing that you would typically do readings for other people. Is that maybe the context here? Because I think most of the time when people get a tarot deck for themselves, they will typically use it for themselves, kind of first and foremost. But not everyone. Some people will only use it for other people. But readings is going to depend on what you want to work with, and kind of the style that you want to carry out, and it's very, very variable, so I can only really go off my style personally, where I have my deck and I have my guides. You don't have to have the guides, it's not a requirement, it's just something that ended up happening for me, and I will have a question in mind, and if I don't have a question, I will have the idea that I want a general reading. So I start shuffling those cards, and as I'm shuffling, I might get some flying cards coming out, and those cards I set to one side, and I will lay them out. And essentially the goal here is to either have a few jumper cards that come out that you can then read, or you're going to want to shuffle until you feel comfortable to stop. You might want to, I should really just get a deck out for this. You might want to split the deck. So let's just use this deck again because it's the one that I have in front of me. So say you've come to the point where you feel comfortable with this deck of cards. So you've shuffled them. You might want to just take them straight from the top. So you would start drawing straight from the top, and you would go 1, 2, 3 is a great example. It's a good varied reading. You have enough cards to get a reading, but not too many that it's overwhelming. And then you would read each card individually. So you might want to start with a book if you are new to it, or you can just go off what the artwork and the imagery is telling you that card means. Now, if you don't want to do it that way, the other way is to stop shuffling, and then you would split the deck. So usually the deck is going to come apart in its own organic place. So here, this hasn't split in the center. This is split where it wanted to split. I would take this and put this to one side, and then I would draw from the top of the bottom split, basically, and you would do the same. 1, 2, 3 is a good place to start when it comes to reading. If you want to, you can do spreads. So this is essentially a way of doing it. So rather than thinking super intensely about your question, you have a pre-planned spread. You can find them on the internet, you can find them in different books that give you a layout of how the cards are going to want to be for you to read them. So for instance, you might have say a spread that is for romance, and so one might be a card that represents you, a card that represents them, one card that represents the issues that you're experiencing, the issues that they're experiencing, how you can work on it, how they can work on it, and then how you can work on things together, and then an outcome if you do all of those things. And so as you are shuffling, you feel comfortable to stop, you would stop, and then each card that gets drawn is laid out and placed in order as they are coming out of the deck on the particular spot on the sheet, and then it allows you to do a reading that way as well. So I mean, there's so many options. It really is like a whole topic in and of itself, but that is one way, well, 2 ways that you can do your readings. For me, I like jumper cards. They are what I typically will work with, and I have very lively decks, which is helpful for this. If you don't, you can just stop as and when you feel comfortable to stop, and then do the reading from that point onwards. Okay. What's my favourite book on practical witchcraft? Oh, you can't ask me that. That's not fair. Favourite book on practical witchcraft? It's a difficult one. It depends on what kind of category we're looking at. Are we talking beginners? Are we talking like my favourite more advanced books? For practical witchcraft, I'm going to go for two really basic books. And that is what to go for? Psychic Witch by Matt Oren. If we're talking like the books that I think are going to be the most versatile for the most people, we're talking Psychic Witch by Matt Oren. Lots of practices in there that you can add into your tradition. There's lots of ways that you can build and grow and develop. Or we're looking at practical, oh my goodness, don't let me forget what it's called. I'm going to have to go on my own video to see if I can find the book that I'm after. But it is, here we go, beginner witchcraft books. Bum, 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 bum. Did I not include it in that video? Oh my goodness. How did I not include it in that video? Oh, I did. Practical Solitary Magic by Nancy Watson. So Psychic Witch and Practical Solitary Magic are my two favourite kind of useful books that I think would be good for a lot of people, especially those at the kind of start end of their practice. If you're after something that I found to be the most useful in my practice, it's not necessarily the most practical in regard to like ways that you can use the book. There aren't like loads of examples in that book or anything, but I found it to be a really great book for grounding my practice into the historical world. Would be A Deed Without a Name by Lee Morgan. That one is really underrated, like incredibly, criminally underrated, and I really loved that book, so that was a good one as well. Yeah, Mastering Magic, I've heard, is a great one as well. I mean, there's so many. Just in the beginner witchcraft book video, you had A Crooked Path, Besom, Stang and Sword, Mastering Witchcraft, Practical Solitary Magic, Psychic Witch, Modern Magic, if you're after kind of ceremonial magic, is a really good one. What else have we got? Sorcerer's Secrets by Jason Miller had an honorary mention. I like a lot of books, and I find that I don't always remember all of a book, so I find it kind of hard sometimes to recognize like the books I really loved, because I will take the bits that I really liked out of a book and I will kind of leave everything else, which can be kind of tricky when I want to recommend books. So sometimes you might find that I repeat like my favorite books again and again, and it's because they're the ones that really stood out to me. Like at the end of it, I remember the name, I remember reading it, I remember the chapters, whereas some books I remember bits but not the whole thing. Right, what else have we got here? Do you have any tips on money magic? I just merged two questions together. Do you have any tips on money magic? Not really massive tips, but more things that have worked really well for me. So small and manageable versus big and idealistic. I would recommend small and manageable, because some people, when they go for money magic, they go for the big things. They go for the I want to have this career, and it's a very far off, very hard to achieve goal. I want this kind of a salary, and it's again this like massive thing, and that's very hard to manifest. It's much easier to start with the little things, and I find that doing frequent workings for small progress is a lot more successful in terms of money magic than doing one really big ritual for a really big goal. And it also leads to quicker success, because you often find, or at least I've often found, that when I'm doing bigger workings, it will kind of all manifest at once. You'll be like, oh, it's been like 5 months since I did that working and nothing has manifested. And then all of a sudden, in the space of like 2 days, everything in that working will manifest in one go. And so it can be quite overwhelming, and it's not always ideal. So I would rather go for small and manifest quicker. And generally speaking, I would go for something that is maybe a little bit fast acting. So I personally tend to stick with air magic and fire magic for prosperity and money magic, just because I find that it gets things moving, it gets things going, it's fast, it's progress, it's change, it's, you know, growth, development. And if you want something that's maybe more of a simmering build up when it comes to prosperity, then go for something like the growing of a plant. So for instance, an example would be if you want to grow your money over time and you want this to be a long-term ritual, if you were to plant a basil plant, and in that soil and in that process you are adding in items that represent money and abundance and prosperity and a petition and crystals, and you're putting it into that basil plant, and then you're allowing that to grow and you're really nurturing it. You're using that earth element in there to kind of magnify and grow your prosperity over time. And the same kind of applies to water. It's very much like a slow build up instead of it being quick and fast like air and fire. So choose appropriately what it is that you want to work with. What's your opinion on high magic? I think it's incredibly powerful. Don't always think it's ethical. I will be honest. I think it's incredibly powerful. I think it's incredibly effective if you have the mind for it. And that's not to say that in order to practice higher magic, you have to be like intelligent or anything. I just think that some people are more like almost instinctually they get it. And some people are much better at the lower magics, the green witchcraft, the nature magic, the kitchen witchcraft, the get your hands dirty kind of magic. Whereas some people are just instinctively ceremonial in their practice. And I've met people who you could literally give them 1,000 hours of lessons in lower magic and they are no good at it. They are just not, it's just not it. It's not it. Whereas they just came straight into their magical practice and they just immediately started with ceremonial circles and summonings and all of this stuff. And it's instant, just this instant click for them. I think some people just have a knack for it, while other people just don't. And that's fine. Like, not everyone has to be good at everything. You can learn and develop it though if you do want to. But it isn't always the most ethical in terms of, well, firstly, the history of certain ceremonial groups is often not that ethical to start off with. It's very dark and questionable, as well as their like opinions and stuff, especially if we're looking at like 100 years ago, you know, that kind of time. And well, I say 100 years ago, but maybe more like 150. When I'm thinking about it, 100 years ago actually is like the 1920s. So that's maybe a bit earlier than that. But then you're also looking at the way they interact with spirits is incredibly unethical. And that's it's obviously a personal stance and everyone is going to be different on this. For me, I personally don't like the forcing of spirits into a spirit vessel, into a spirit circle, a containment circle, and then threatening the spirits with punishment if they don't do what you demand them to do. Now, that's not all ceremonial magic. I will say it's not all, and it's a small proportion, but for me, I struggle with that because that's not how I like working with spirits. And so while I have practiced ceremonial magic and I found it incredibly powerful, I struggle with that side of it a lot. So yeah, that's that. It's a very interesting topic though. Definitely something I really need to like go more into, like the different groups and the different circles of ceremonial magic. I think that would be really cool to learn about. Have you ever been to the Beltane Fire Festival in Edinburgh? No, I have never been to Edinburgh. I want to go so bad. I want to go to Edinburgh. It looks amazing. I want to go in the autumn. I want to see all the leaves. I want to have my dark academia moment. I've never been to Edinburgh and I would love to. And I'd love to go to more festivals, like the Sabbath festivals. I think that would be incredible. So if I ever do, I will try and get some footage of it and see if I'm allowed to film it, because I think that would be amazing, because I know that so many of you don't live in the UK. You live in America, and that's kind of it's a very different dynamic. So I think it's cool to be able to show those things. When I get back, we can go to Edinburgh. Okay, we can do that, Phil. I mean, you do get back very late in the year, so we might miss autumn just a little bit, but still. Edinburgh is my favourite city on the planet. Oh, I'm not surprised, honestly, from what I've seen of it. It looks incredible. At the moment, my favourite city is Oxford. I have a very, very strong thing for Oxford, but I am perfectly willing to have it be like taken off, taken it. What am I trying to say? I'm happy for it to be pipped for top post if it means that I find somewhere even better. But yeah, I love Edinburgh. I love the look of Edinburgh. I love visiting Oxford because it's just amazing. Yeah, I want to live there. I want to live there until I looked at the price of everything and then went, no, that's not going to happen. That's never going to happen. Yeah, maybe one day I'll win the lottery and then I can live in Oxford. That would be amazing. I love your walking tour videos. Will you be doing some more soon? Potentially. So I just spent some time in the Cotswolds. So we went to loads of really interesting places, and I did get a lot of video footage. And so I'm going to try and see if I can put it together into something. So this includes going to like Snows Hill Manor, which is amazing, by the way. Sidetrack. Okay, so if you've ever been to the Museum of Witchcraft and Magic, yes, that place, incredible. They have a collection of, it's a small collection now after the flood in 2004, but they have a collection of works that were found in the home of Wade, the Snows Hill Manor, essentially. And upstairs, you can't visit it, I would have loved to, but you can't visit it, is the Witch's Garret. And if you ask the staff of the National Trust what it is, they will give you a very different answer. But it's fascinating. He loved collecting things. And some of this collection included occult texts, objects that were created from older manuscripts. So you have, it's in the entire video that I did. But I loved getting to visit there. I really love it there. And then we went to Oxford and all these places. So I'm going to try and put that into a video because I was the exact same. Oxford, we went on a walking tour. Okay, I need to find, I want to recommend him so bad, but I forget what the name of the company was. Oxford Walking Tours, essentially. We went on one of the Oxford Walking Tours, and the guy was called Ali, and he was absolutely incredible, so knowledgeable, because it's all, they're either students or they're postgrads, and they are doing the walking tours. If you have a chance to go on one, do. I'll see if I can find the exact walking tour that I went on, because it was incredible. Can't guarantee you're going to get Ali, but I'm pretty certain that all of them are really, really good. Someone said Oxford seems very oppressively academic. It's academic, but I don't find it to be oppressive. I will say though that there's a lot of students for obvious reason, and so if that's not for you, then you're probably not going to like it that much, because it is, you've got all of the different colleges, and then you've got, the Ratcliffe Camera, and you've got the Bodleian Library and the Duke Humphreys reading room, and it's incredible. It's actually incredible. But if that kind of environment where it's very, very busy and there's lots of students, there's lots of people on bikes, if that's not for you, then you're not going to like it, basically. I love it. But that's because goal is to be able to read in the Duke Humphreys reading room. Yes, please. Thank you. That would be amazing. Maybe not in this lifetime, but potentially in another one. Who knows? Okay, where was I? I was here. Yes. What would be a good way to open communication with the spirit world, especially during divination? It was... I know it was mentioned earlier, it's not going to be for everyone, but a compass, opening up a compass is a great way of doing it. That's a... It's not going to be for everyone because it's a lot. You've got a lot going on. You've got all directions being open, but laying a compass can be really good for getting a lot of spirit communication coming through. What was the name of the museum? I'll put it on my bucket list. So the museum's actually in Cornwall. So it's the Museum of Witchcraft and Magic in Cornwall. The place is Snows Hill Manor. Now, it's not a museum. It's a National Trust house. And all of the witchcraft stuff is gone. They will give you a very questionable reason as to why. I was a bit... I heard them say it and I'm like, I don't think that's entirely accurate, but sure, that's your side of the story. Go for it. But... he was a very, very fascinating man who owned Snows Hill Manor. And what I find really interesting is Snows Hill Manor is very, very old. So it was owned by Catherine Parr, the last wife of Henry VIII. And then eventually it ended up in the hands of Charles Wade. And then he developed this ginormous collection and essentially said, I'm willing to give you this collection. I'm willing to allow the National Trust to have the house to preserve it as long as nothing gets moved. And let's just say that the Witch's Garret and all of the stuff in it ended up at the Museum of Witchcraft and Magic through some strange turn of events. Unfortunately, a lot of it got destroyed in the Boscastle flood of 2004. But there is still some stuff there. But that is in Boscastle in Cornwall. Okay. Where was I? I'm here somewhere. Have you watched Dead Boy Detectives? It's hilarious. I haven't, actually. I am so far behind. This is how far behind I am. I watched the first episode of Fallout and then never watched any other episode. I also haven't finished the last season of Shadowhunters, and that came out about, 7 years ago? I'm really, really far behind. So I will eventually probably get round to everything. Right. Right, where am I? I am... Have you ever read Black Art by Richard Cavendish? Let me have a look. Because I am not very good at names. Oh, okay. So I haven't. It's been on my to-be-read pile for ages. So I'm going to have to add this to like a proper thing. So that I can save it for later. This has been on my list of things that I need to read for so long, and I have never got around to doing it. So it's officially on my list now. We're gonna get round to it, and we'll have a look because it looks interesting and is apparently really helped with research on the left-hand path, which is something that I do really want to get more into. I want to learn more about that side of things. So yeah, that will be a good one to read. Troy Books has sold out of 2 of the hardbacks I want, including one of the collection you just featured. Any idea of another source? No. They're not getting rid of the hardbacks, they're just getting rid of the foiled ones. They're not getting any more in. Once they're gone, basically. It's just a case of seeing if any come up for resale, but they're going to be a lot more expensive, which is always the downside of it. But they are going to continue doing the hardbacks. They're not getting rid of them. It is just that they are changing them to be dust covers. And I've seen some of the dust covers on the new ones, and I don't like them. I knew I wouldn't, but yeah, not ideal. Right, where was I? I am somewhere over here. Do we have to cleanse ourselves before casting any spell, specifically breakup spells? That's entirely going to depend on your tradition. So there are certain paths that require you to have a ritual bath or shower before you enter into ritual space. Some will go a step further and say that you have to have a ritual bath or shower and you have to fast before going into ritual space. Some include a ritual bath and shower and then you have to get into ritual clothes or none, depending on the group, before you can do spells and rituals. They are very specific traditions. They don't have to apply. If anything, I would do it the other way around. So if you're wanting to do something like a breakup spell, do that working and then cleanse yourself afterwards, because what you don't want is any of that energy to be stuck in your space. You don't want that energetic gunk. So I would do it the other way around if you were going to do the working and then cleanse afterwards. Okay. I still have Nemo's song from Eurovision in my head. It has been... Okay, not everyone's a fan of Eurovision, right? But that song is incredible. That song and Ireland's was just amazing. And I will be obsessed with it for a considerable amount of time. It's a little bit like the Måneskin thing all over again. As soon as they won Eurovision, I was like obsessed. I was just completely hooked. I know you've mentioned you don't like horror movies, but I've always wondered what you think of the 2018 Suspiria. I've definitely said that wrong. Wish I could watch a video of you talking about it. Suspiria. I am... when it comes to... Ooh, okay. It's a supernatural horror movie. Ooh, I like Dakota Johnson. Okay. Ooh, Coven of Witches. Okay, I'll add that to the list. So, it's not that I don't like horror movies. It's that I struggle with them so much. I don't like gore, particularly. I don't like psychological horrors either. They really freak me out. And when it comes to supernatural horrors, I tear them to shreds. Like, don't even get me started on the new Tarot horror movie. Are you kidding me? What the hell is that? I keep seeing the trailer. They keep recommending, they keep recommending me the trailer of Tarot, and I just sit in there and I'm like, that's not what it is. That's not what. Oh my god! I feel like I need to do a reaction video to the Tarot movie just to completely rip it to shreds. I won't be that harsh because I'm not that harsh, but like another horror movie that is picking something completely innate, that is completely normal, and it's part of the magical community, and they go, you know what, let's make it evil. Stop doing that! Can you imagine if they did that with a whole... I mean, I know we've got The Nun. I understand that we've got The Nun. But can you imagine if horror directors and writers did this to any other tradition? They would be ripped to shreds. If you pick something from like really intense Christian faith, or you literally pick something from Jewish tradition and you decided to make it evil and make a horror movie out of it, they wouldn't be bankrolled. But no, it's tarot cards. Let's make a tarot card movie. Sorry, I'm not bitter. I just keep seeing the trailer, and every time I see it, I get a little bit angrier, to the point where I have to like tell YouTube and like tell Facebook to stop recommending me the trailer because it's driving me insane. So yeah, I might have to do a reaction to that when I can, because like that's the thing. It's the whole lore surrounding it. Like, I haven't seen anything more about it. I've only seen like the repeated trailers and like the extended trailers and everything. And I'm watching it and I'm going, that's not what that means. That is not what that card represents. What is going on here? That I don't think I've seen anyone read like that before. What are you talking about? And I'm sitting there in the trailer and I'm like, So it's another one of those horror movies where I'm like, I just roll my eyes at them at this point. I'm like, I'm so tired of them. Come up with something different. Like, just come up with something different. And like, yeah. Oh dear. It's one of those things. Tarot is like if they made a horror movie remake of Jumanji. Honestly, why couldn't they have done that instead? That sounds better. I think you just came up with a better storyline than this. So we will see what happens. I will watch it. I will give it a go. I'm not gonna promise that I will like it. And honestly, more than anything, I will probably absolutely tear it to shreds. Kindly. I will tear it to shreds kindly. Tarot is a kind of scary thing for us in the US, as we have some who take rather extreme views on anything that has to do with witchcraft. Yeah, that's the thing though, isn't it? Horror movies are like, oh, a whole bunch of people really don't feel comfortable with this. Like dolls, like porcelain dolls. And they're like, let's make a horror movie out of it. And it's like, or we could not. Or maybe realize that these practices are actually carried out by real people and we are fed up of being used for shit movies. And especially in America, people are literally harmed, whether that is physically, whether that is emotionally, by people who directly oppose beliefs because of misinformation. And then you get another horror movie coming out being like, oh, tarot is evil, the cards are going to come to life. And I'm like, we've had enough of it. We're tired. I'm tired of the shitty witchcraft horror movies. Oh dear. Tangent. Sorry about that. Had to have a rant for a minute because I can't deal with any more of them. So, to backpedal to where I was before, my favourite horror movie is Cabin in the Woods because it's basically not a horror movie. It's kind of like a spoof horror movie, but a really good spoof horror movie. So, yeah, that's my favourite horror movie because I can't cope. I can't cope with all of the like really cliche stuff. I think the last good witchcraft horror movie was The Witch. I have heard so much about that I need to watch it and see what it's like, because I've seen so much interesting stuff about it. Plus, I love goats, and I know that there's a goat in that movie, a cute one at that. And so I need to watch it and see. Right, I went off tangent there. So I'm going to go back to where I was before. Otherwise it's going to jump and then I'm going to lose even more. Have you had any paranormal experiences lately? I'd love to hear your stories about that. I have had... have I had any intense ones lately? You know what? Not massively. I've had the usual, the shades. I've had the fast movements. I don't know if I've necessarily had anything really noteworthy recently. It's been very quiet, actually. I'm not sure if that is the time of year, though usually I would expect... I would expect more at this time of year. Weirdly, it's been oddly quiet. I'll have to see if I can recall any specific little things, but mostly it has just been like the shades passing by, the quick movements. Yeah, and even being in very historic buildings and stuff, I've not had any... Oh, okay. No, I've got one that... It's from last year, but I only realised it was from last week. So we went to... Oh my goodness, what castle was it? Catherine Parr's castle. It's where her tomb is in this castle. Soodley. Okay, so we went to Soodley Castle. It's beautiful, by the way. It's absolutely gorgeous. If I do the vlog, this will be in the vlog, like showing the images of it. And we went there, and we'd been previously. So we went last year and then we went back again this year because it was so nice we went back again. And there's this one room that is showing you like a video, like a story of one of the women that owned the castle, like her diaries, because she kept extensive diaries. And in this room, there's a couple of rocking horses. And I only realised it when we went this time, that what I saw last year wasn't really there. So it's a very dark room and there's a rocking horse to one side and we sit down and maybe this isn't a paranormal experience. Maybe there was a figure on the rocking horse, like a doll that was there last year that they've removed this year. All I know is last year we sat in this room and we watched this movie, and to the side of me is a rocking horse with a figure sitting on the rocking horse, like a little boy sitting on the rocking horse. And it's dark, right? So it's really weird. I don't like it. I can tell I don't like it. I think it's a doll sitting on a rocking horse. So we're sitting there and I'm getting antsy and I'm like, I don't want to be in this room. I don't like this that's going on here. I don't like it. So we got up and we left after the movie finished. And I remember looking back in again and it was still there and I still didn't like it. And then we left. Fast forward to this year, we go into the same room, we sit and watch the same movie, because yes, we are that predictable. And I'm looking, I look to my left at said rocking horse, which doesn't feel weird anymore, and there's nothing on the rocking horse. It's just a rocking horse. It feels completely normal. There's no weird energy coming off it. I don't feel strange in any way, shape or form. And I remember saying to my mum, I was like, I swore blind that last year there was a figure, there was a doll on that rocking horse. And yet this year, there is no doll on that rocking horse. Now, whether there was a doll there before and they've removed it, I don't know. All I know is it was very weird. It was very weird and it kind of freaked me out. And yeah, that's the only like big one where it was more of like a realization, because it was so dark in that I genuinely did just think it was a doll, but it had that weird energy to it. But now, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't actually a doll, and maybe it was actually just a figure, and they were what was giving off the weird energy rather than the rocking horse itself, because I thought it was the rocking horse, because they do have got a bit of a weird vibe about them. Got a weird thing with rocking horses. I like them, but there's something just a little bit creepy about them. I'm fairly okay with dolls, but rocking horses are just a tad bit too creepy. Just a smidge. Right, what have we got here? How to test if my girlfriend is a witch or not. I would hope that if you are dating her, you have open enough communication to ask her, and if you don't, that might say something. That's all I'm going to say. Because if she is a practitioner, that's not always something that you want to open up about. It's not something that you're always going to feel comfortable opening up about. So it's better to have kind of a gentle approach, reassurance, understanding, and open, honest, accepting communication. Because the reality is that if you're having to ask me how to figure it out, then maybe it's something that she doesn't want to talk about, and that is okay. Like she doesn't have to. If she ever gets to that point, it's about being open and accepting and being able to have a conversation without judgment. Because I think a lot of people don't like coming to people about their magical practice because they're scared of being judged. And so it's about knowing and letting her know that you are open to have communication about it, basically. I'm kind of flipping backwards and forwards between the questions earlier and this horror movie conversation. What do we have here? We've got, have you considered doing a What They Got Right video on Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Charmed? Yes, I have. I have a video lined up in that series already. I've not filmed it yet, but I'm scripting it right now. And then I have another one that I've planned. What stops me is how massive each season is. So maybe I'd have to do it on like individual series. You know, like the first series of Charmed, the second series of Charmed. But even then, I mean, the Chilling Adventures of Sabrina ones I did. I don't know if I'm going to do any more. I don't know if people would want me to do any more. That was like one episode. That's like a 40-minute long video, and it's one episode of the show. I have no idea how to do it on the entire show unless I were to do each individual episode. I will pick what they got right out of each episode. In which case, there's what, like, how many seasons of Charmed are there? 9? Are there 9 seasons? 8 seasons. That's a lot of episodes. Arguably too many episodes. So yes, please do more. They're so good. Okay, I'll be honest, I've still not seen season 4 of Chilling Adventures, so I will probably go through, like, I'll start at season 1 again. I'll skip the episodes I've already done, and then I'll kind of start working through and see what happened. But I'm so sad now because Ambrose is gone, isn't he? I was devastated when I heard that news. Like, oh, so sad. Anyway, are you easily scared? No, to a point. If you I'm not necessarily easily scared, but if you do scare me, I have a very, very strong reaction and I will cuss you out. I don't like being scared, and it pisses me off when people scare me. So I will then, like, not lash out's the wrong word, but you don't want to scare me, because I will have very strongly worded words with you. Very. Just do a what they got right video on the Owl House. I have watched some of it. The answer to the question is not much, and which is why it never manifested into a video. I started watching it and I got through a couple of episodes and there was nothing. I just couldn't. So we're going to I'll try again. I'm going to try watching it again and we'll see what I can get out of it. And yeah, you could do season by season videos or collate them together. Yeah, I could do. It depends on what I've got. I think something like Chilling Adventures of Sabrina it's very, very intensive because it's so accurate that I think with that, I'd have to continue it episode by episode because there isn't enough time in a video for me to do like a season. Whereas I think with something like Buffy, scrap that, even Buffy, because like they even got like the demons right and stuff. So like, even that is going to be intensive. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'm sure I can do something. So, would you talk more about baneful magic in one of your videos? It's one where I want to, but I am tired of dealing with the shit that comes from it. And that's just me being really brutally honest about this. Is any time I post a video that has even remotely a negative connotation to it, my DMs, my emails, my business, like the contact form on the website, my comment section is just filled with people just verbally abusing me. And you just get kind of tired of the shit, you know? If it's not for you, keep scrolling. It's not that hard. And it just gets tiring. Like any video that I have posted that has even the slightest inkling of you can use this for baneful magic is just full of love and light folks being like, you're an awful person. I want this to happen and this and this and this. And it's just like, just get over yourself. Like, it's not that deep. Like, if you don't want to practice it, then don't. Like, it's that kind of, it's that infuriation that I get from it. And when it's okay when it's like one message or a couple of comments, but when you get like 15 comments by the same person and they're all essays, and then when you don't reply to a comment, they start sending you DMs on Instagram, and it's like, oh, it's like exhausting. And it gets to me after a while because I just get fed up of dealing with it. I am very much one of those of, if you practice something, that's you, right? If you follow that religion, that's you. Like, you do what you feel comfortable with. And there is no one else that is going to be able to shake that. Like, you have to fit within your comfortable boundaries, and that's okay. And if you are, if you don't want to practice baneful magic, that's okay. There's absolutely nothing wrong with not wanting to practice something. What is a problem is the reaction to other people doing it is usually extremely negative. And it's one of the many reasons why, I mean, do be warned, I read a lot of DMs. I don't go on that often anymore because I get overwhelmed by the content in some of them. Like, because they all, for reference, if you don't know, if you don't have an Instagram account, they all go into a requests folder. So it's, you just get like a giant requests folder. And when I click into the request folder, I can't really see any of the message. Like, can I actually see any of the message? Let me check. And it's basically potluck as to what you're going to get. You could get a message that is like the loveliest, sweetest message you've ever read in your entire life. Or you could get like really, really awful messages. And I see maybe like the top like 3 words or something of a message, if that. And so I'll be honest, it does get to me. It's the reality of social media, and it's what you're open to when you're on social media. I understand that, but it's one of those things. It takes the joy out of some aspects of social media for me, is when you don't know what you're going to get. And it's why I don't post more baneful magic. It's not because I don't think it's interesting. It's not because I don't think it's valuable, because even if you aren't practicing it yourself, it's really great to learn about it. So then you know what you're dealing with. If anything does happen, you have an idea of the kind of things that you might experience, or the things that, might go wrong, these kind of things. It's just, I need to find a way of doing it that kind of negates all of the kind of the bad that comes out of it, because I have found that like it's difficult to deal with, and it mars other aspects of practice. Like I know that people send me DMs, and sometimes, I mean, often I will read them, even if I end up not getting around to replying, because there's hundreds of them. There's so many of them, and I appreciate every single one of the nice ones. It's very, very overwhelming, and I'm not a particularly social person at the best of times. But to then not know what you're going to get in a message, it makes me sometimes quite unwilling to open messages, because you just never know what you're going to get, and sometimes they're really nasty. So this question kind of relates, but is black magic always baneful? As has already been said, it's a term that has questionable origins, but yes, it is designed, it is workings and practice that is carried out for a baneful or malefic purpose. Now, the difference is that where someone draws the line on whether something is baneful or not, that is what's going to vary. So for some people, their description of baneful magic is going to be much broader than other people's. So for some people, it will include anything that is carried out on a person without their consent or without their permission. For other people, it is workings like illnesses, curses, hexes, jinxes, kind of more negative, causing harm style of workings. And then for the rest of people, it sits somewhere in between those two things. And so it's, to the person who's describing the practice, it would always be for negative associations. But whether two people have the same definition on baneful magic, that's a different story, because it's all about this sliding spectrum that's going on. And so it's always baneful, just whether you as an individual would describe it as being baneful. How does one defend themselves against something if they have no fundamental understanding of it? Exactly. That's the thing, isn't it? I'm very much of the stance of, just because you don't want to practice it and you don't like it doesn't mean you shouldn't learn about it, because to learn about something like that is powerful in itself, because it gives you more knowledge and understanding. But a lot of people have a lot of issues with it, a lot, to the point where, as mentioned previously, people will send horrific messages. And I mean, like, how can you have typed that, edited it, read it to yourself, and then sent it to another human? I don't understand. And I find it ironic that they then refer to themselves as being love and light and positive and sunshine and rainbows when you are willing to send something like that to someone. You know, that it's that kind of thing that you end up getting out of it. So, oh wow, that's intense. Sorry, I know I'm working at the bottom of the chat and I need to be going back up again, but that's intense. I've heard from other people essentially, and found information that even working with or connecting with spirits is considered black magic or baneful magic. Yeah, that's intense. I know. In which case, just to kind of come in from a different angle here, in which case working with angels is evil by some people's standards, because they're a classification of spirit. They are a classification of spirits. So this is what I mean. Like, it's the sweeping statements, it's the painting of everything with the same brush that leads to problems, because there's so much, my favourite word, there's so much more nuance. There's so much more nuance to it than that. It's not that simple. Like, yes, of course, if you are wanting to connect with a plague demon, for instance, you're wanting to connect with one of the princes of hell, then of course that's going to be classified as baneful magic. If you're working with a plague demon, then you know that would be classified as that. But if you are working with an angel, technically that's still a spirit. That's still a spirit. So what if you're painting everything with the same brush, that is basically the same thing, but one is evil and one isn't? How does that work? I don't know. I don't understand how that works. Nuance is the thing with it all. I think that's what people often forget, and that applies to everything, is that nuance is so important. It is the difference between something being classified as baneful as something that isn't. It's the little details to it. You can work with a demon, and that demon is designed to help you find lost objects. But as soon as people hear demon, they go, demon evil. Well, I mean, that demon's helping me find a lost object. So is that really evil, or is it just being painted in the same brush as others within the same classification? It's like you need to be open-minded about this stuff. I think it's about being open-minded, being accepting, and being aware that these little differences can make literally all the difference. Yeah, that's the thing. Other cultures and traditions around the world would take massive issue with spirits being considered as baneful, because many religions and traditions around the world are centered so strongly on the spirits of place, the spirits of land, the spirits in the tradition, the spirits of the dead, that all of a sudden basically everything is evil. And it that doesn't make any sense. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, they invoke Saint Anthony for the same thing, but as soon as you hear the word demon for the same thing, people freak out about it. I don't understand. And yet some of the saints have done awful things. Like, when you actually read up on their lore and their history, sometimes they're worse, arguably. So yeah, I find that really frustrating, in that it comes down to intention determines so much, in that you can work with the same demon for two different intentions and it's going to give two very different outcomes, just as you could do the same for working with angels. there's so many nuances in this, that like sweeping statements. It's the sweeping of nuance under the rug that drives me absolutely bonkers. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Vivek. Vivek, I really hope that's right. Thank you so much, Vivek. It really means a lot to me. So yeah, it's one of those things that I want to talk about. I just don't know how to do it in a way that isn't going to bother people, in a way. So maybe that would be in a different format. Maybe that would be written. Maybe that would be... I don't like necessarily... I will put... Okay, so I have a Patreon already where I put book reviews. I'm actually behind on book reviews this year, so I'm hoping to get 3 book reviews out in like really quick succession. So I have a Patreon, but I don't like putting too much kind of behind a paywall. Instead, it's more of like I would like to support you, because that's what people were asking me for, and then the videos are kind of bonus extra. It might end up being that I put it on there simply because I know that the people who are on there understand why I would want to talk about a subject like that. So yeah, we'll see. Maybe post your intentions in sharing the info. Oh, believe me, I've tried. I think it was the lemon, like the friendship souring spell, which I even specifically say in the video. I've really posted it because people wanted workings to help them to get out of situations where they didn't have any other option, right? It was like a last resort kind of thing. And I even say that. I say that in the video. The number of comments that I got, the sheer volume of them that were awful because of it was ridiculous. It's like, what more do you want me to say? I've told you what the working is for, and you're making assumptions, and then you're blaming me for you making assumptions. That seems like a you issue. Like that, like honestly, it doesn't matter what you do. If people are going to take it that way, they're going to take it that way, and that's why I tend to be very very funny about it. Yeah, so I don't know, I'm going to find a way to do it at some point, because there's certain topics I would love to talk about. I'd love to talk about demons. I'd love to talk about more baneful magic, like the other side of the twofold path. It's just finding the best way of doing it. And yeah, we'll see. Maybe talk about baneful magic in your Q&As. Yeah, I might end up doing just like a dedicated Q&A. It might be one of those where it doesn't get posted afterwards. I know that sounds awful, but then it's less likely to have that kind of knock-on effect, where we just have like a really intensive Q&A where I like advertise it a bunch on like Instagram and whatnot, and so that we can try to gather anyone who's interested in it in one go, and then we can just sit down and we can have a conversation just during a Q&A. And then once that conversation is done with, that video is gone. And it's a way of having that conversation, but without having all the knock-on effects. But then I also don't want to get rid of the information afterwards, because I want that to be useful to people. Like it's finding the balance that gets really, really frustrating, but that could be an option. So that, yeah, only us crazy folk watch the 4-hour Q&As. Exactly. Like it's, yeah, I'm wondering if maybe the Q&A might be the way to go, because then we can literally have like a conversation in the chat, kind of like we are now, where it's like we're literally just sitting and having a conversation, where we can all kind of chip in and be able to have a group collection of information so that we can talk about it in that way. So yeah, maybe that's it. Oh yeah, a way of having it searchable but unlisted. Maybe I can do that. So actually keep it so it's on the channel afterwards, but you have to maybe even have a link to it or search for it specifically. Maybe that's another way of doing it. That's a really good idea actually, Relic. Yeah, maybe that's the way to do it, because I think that could be interesting. And maybe I could actually maybe I could ask if my friend is willing to like participate in that, so that I could get his input in there, because this is mostly what he focuses on is this kind of stuff. So that could be good as well. I'm not using the Q&A feature this time because I didn't realise how to get it to work, and I spent 2 hours attempting to troubleshoot it, and it was a button that I forgot to click. So we're not using the Q&A feature, so any questions just go into the chat today, and then next month we'll be back to doing the Q&A feature again. But yeah, it really sucks that you have to be so careful. And the thing is, it's the reality of it is that when I started my channel, I didn't give a shit. I would talk about any topic that bothered me. I would talk about anything and everything. But that is when you have the freedom of not being watched. And as soon as you have people that are then watching what you are doing, you are opening yourself up to more and more and more and more. You are more likely to reach people who aren't getting it. Like who simply are like, no, I'm right, you're wrong, I'm big, you're small. They're not willing to have a conversation about it. They're not willing to open up about it. And I've always struggled with that as the channel has grown. I appreciate it in every single way, shape or form, and I always will. It's that my biggest achievement ever is being able to have a community that like we can grow together. Like that's incredible, right? But I know that I'm a lot less likely to post videos that on topics that I would normally have posted if this was like 4 years ago. You know? Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry. I'm gonna have to get back to the questions at some point, but just while this one's at the bottom. I've heard you say a word a bunch of times and can't figure out what it is. It sounds like Ogham. So it's Ogham. It's pronounced Ogham, and it can be kind of confusing. If in doubt, by the way, usually I will edit all of my subtitles. So if you hear me say a word and you're like, what is that? If you were to turn the subtitles on, usually, if I've gotten to it in time, I will correct the spellings, so it's the correct spellings. I try to do that as much as I can, because I know that some words, the automated translation system just doesn't like doing it properly. So yeah, there's that. Okay, back up into the Q&A, because otherwise I'm going to be so far, but I'm already so far behind, but like even worse. What do you have a current favorite incense? I do. Where is it? I put it over here. It is this Spiritual Healing by Satya. Really, really good. I'm essentially clearing out my incense stock. Wow, it does not want to focus. Hello? Oh, I think I broke it. Oh, it's fixed. Okay. So I'm trying to clear out my incense collection so I can replenish it with some new stuff. So this is one that I have had sitting around for ages. It smells so good. Like it's sweet but not sickly. It's kind of like vanilla-y in a way. Really, really lovely. And so I've been burning this one a lot recently. But generally speaking, I will just go through whatever it is I feel particularly drawn to at the time. So the Romance incense by Satya is also really, really nice. But at the minute it is Spiritual Healing. And also the Patchouli Forest is one of my all-time favourite incenses. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Okay. Do you have any thoughts on messenger type entities in traditional British witchcraft? Yeah, we're looking at the fetches, the spirit doubles, the animal embodiments. We see them coming through quite a lot in witch trial records. The whole I saw her come into my room as a hare. Or there's one very, very famous one where one night, I do believe it was a hare, I think, watch it be wrong now, but a hare was seen and it didn't look quite right, and there was some suspicion about it. So someone injured the hare, like they cut the hare's leg or they shot the hare's leg, whatever it was, And then the next day, a woman that was believed to be a witch had an injury in the exact same place on her leg. And it's this idea of the fetch body, this like, almost like an astral body, where it is like a part of you that is sent out in another form to do your bidding. And that could be something like in the form of a cat or a hare or a toad or a rat or a bat. These are all really common things associated with this. Or in some cases, it is a literal double of yourself. So they look like you, they sound like you, they act like you, they are you in double form. And then they can act almost like a familiar in a way. Because like fetch and familiar are sort of used interchangeably at this point in time. And so that would be sent out to gain information, to be an intermediary, to learn information, to interact with spirits, to interact with living people that were further away that you couldn't go to yourself or you couldn't access. You would send out the fetch body, essentially. And that's seen a lot in English folk magic and kind of that historic practice. I really need to probably like get all the information together to do like a video on the differences between like the astral body, a fetch and a familiar and all these kind of things. But that's something that's probably worth looking into if you're after this kind of topic from an English perspective. Okay. Bum 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 ba 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 ba. Have you ever played Bayonetta? I haven't, no. I've seen bits and pieces of playthroughs, but no, I've never played it myself. Any games that I do play are the most cliche. Oh, never. I don't want a tan. Why would I want a tan? I like being ghost. I like being ghostly pale. The games that I usually play are the most cliche, like cozy games. I like The Sims, and I like Stardew and Animal Crossing and Harvest Moon, but only Harvest Moon from 2006? Which one is it? I will only play one of them, and it's the original one, Harvest Moon DS. Oh, sorry, 2005. I was 1 year out. I will only play that version of it because it's the only decent version that there is. And yeah, that is basically all I play are cozy cute games because I just want to like chill and just relax. And yeah, that's what my happy place is the chilling and relaxing. Yes. Okay. Where am I? I am I've lost where I am. Oh no. I can't remember if I saw this last time. If I didn't, thank you so much, Priestess, for your support on the channel. I don't remember if I said it before. If I missed it, I'm really sorry, but thank you so much. I'm like, I don't get them popping up on my screen correctly. I need to kind of figure out what's going on with that because they used to pop up, and yeah, it just doesn't pop up anymore. Am I down here? Where do you get these awesome games? Yeah, none of those ones are free, I don't think. But yeah, I mean, most of them are. I just get them on Steam. Most of the time, I just get them on Steam. Or the Animal Crossing ones. I mean, the best Animal Crossing is New World, I think. No, not New World, New Leaf. What am I saying? New Leaf. That's the best Animal Crossing. Personally. That was like my obsession, was Animal Crossing New Leaf. So yeah, that's like my favourite. I hope the next Animal Crossing console title has more magic items. Yes. I really hope that they do something just a little bit different with it. I don't know, like, I know that there's been like big gaps between a lot of them, but like just a smidge different. Like, I know though for a fact, okay, this might be of interest to anyone else. I recently found out, and by recently I mean about 2 hours ago, that the creators of Stardew Valley are creating a new game that's kind of like darker and more mysterious. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to get in on that when it comes out. I have to. It looks really, really good. So, yeah. I've tried playing Subnautica. Oh God, no. Okay. Okay, so I know this is tangent and this is not necessarily witchy, but I got Subnautica, right, because I love the ocean, right? My favourite games growing up were Animal Crossing, Harvest Moon, and Endless Ocean. Now, if anyone remembers Endless Ocean, it was like a really relaxed, like, ocean exploration game where you're, like, monitoring all of these animals and you're, like, tagging them and you're, like, learning about them. I ended up going on to do a marine biology. It kind of shaped my development, was this game. And so when I wanted a game that was kind of oceany, I was it called Deep Blue or something? Anyway, there's another game that I played, and then I was like, oh, I want something else. I'll try Subnautica. Nope, never going to do that ever again. I have played it for like 18 hours, maybe. I have completed 1% of that game. I have not gone past the reef, the kelp forest with the first of those snappy creatures in it. No, that's not gonna happen. I don't do combat in any way, shape or form, and I got snapped at once by one of those snappy things, and I immediately swam straight back to my little boat, and I didn't leave again. So no, not for me. I like the idea of it, and like I will watch playthroughs of it. I don't have the nerve for it. I don't do combat games very well. For reference here, I used to play World of Warcraft a lot, and I was always a rogue because I always liked being able to stay out of the danger. So I would attack things, but I'd have to be like 50 feet away from it, and I was cool with that. But otherwise, no, not for me. Yeah, and then there's Phil, who's just like continuing to do it again and again and again. I'm like, how do you have the nerve? I can't. I like my games peaceful. I like The Sims, exactly. I like being able to be a witch in The Sims. To be fair, I almost always play a vampire in The Sims because I like living forever. But yeah, nah, combat games, not for me. So anyway, I'm gonna go back to the chat in the Q&A section, because otherwise I'm gonna lose where I am again, and I don't want that to happen. So here we go. I don't know where I am. I think I'm about here. I often see figures out of the corner of my eyes, especially near windows. Could these be spirits, or am I overthinking things? They definitely can be spirits. Definitely. Obviously, they can be something completely mundane, especially if it's by a window. You might be finding that it is the shadow of someone passing by or something like that. But it's worth considering it. You don't necessarily have to full on believe it, but just go, maybe. And that makes a big difference to then developing your skills going forwards. So what have we got? Have you seen cryptids that you thought were more physical than spiritual? Yes. I mean, whether you'd consider it a cryptid or not, I don't know. But what was mentioned earlier about that figure, I could have sworn blind that was physical. I could have sworn that was a physical thing that I could have walked over and touched. I didn't, of course, because it's a National Trust property and you don't touch things, but I could have sworn it. And yet, nope. There's one very, very vivid, three very, very vivid experiences where I don't know where to draw the line between spirit and not spirit, because it was so physical. So one I've spoken about many times with the hands in the trees and the shaking of branches, and they looked completely corporeal. Like I could go up and touch it. I mean, I wouldn't want to, but that looked completely physical. Like, don't understand how that wasn't. Then one of my first really really scary experiences was I was actually with my friend. We couldn't have been that old. Maybe like 7, 8, maybe a little bit older than that, actually, thinking about it. But we were going through the woods, and we saw a big cat, essentially, like a big cat. Except we don't live in an area where there's any real big cat sightings or anything. It freaked us entirely. We're like running away. Absolutely scared shitless. It was terrifying. And then we get back to her house, and her dad said that he'd seen the exact same thing. No, I mean like a big cat. We're talking like Beast of Bodmin Moor kind of big cat, like a Black Panther size cat. And that was a weird one because you were in an environment where there's no evidence of them existing, and yet it seemed so physical, but it also didn't at the same time. Like there was just something about it that wasn't quite right. And then in the same woods, actually, just 10 years later, I've had the line between elemental and nature spirit is kind of blurred in this. I think it could well have just been a nature spirit. So viscerally present in that space, they could have been physical, and yet they weren't. And it's like that line is so blurred in some instances, and it's why I know we spoke about it in the last live stream, it's why I like the Spiderwick Chronicles movie that came out like in the 2000s, because they get spirit interactions so well, of that when they want to be present and when they want to be seen, they will be seen, but when they don't want to be seen, they will completely withdraw and you won't even notice that they're there. It's that kind of thing where they seem to come and go and pass between worlds, and it's so trippy when you experience it. So yeah, those were interesting. Whether you consider them cryptid or not, I don't know, but they were at the very least interesting. Bum, 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 bum. Da, 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 da. I don't know where I am. I'm somewhere around here. Yeah, I don't know where I am. Oh no. Oh dear, oh dear. Any good suggestions on info on traditional witchcraft or folk traditions and where to start looking? So, did I actually do? Yeah, so I've done a video on the best traditional witchcraft books for beginners. That's actually what the title is. That contains books that are based off like pre-existing traditions. So traditional witchcraft is usually a formalized, adapted version of pre-existing traditions that have been altered to suit a modern day practice. So they are usually deeply rooted in earlier traditions, but have then been altered to fit. So there's a lot in that list, including my favourite, which I know has already been mentioned, which is Folk Witchcraft by Roger J. Horne, is phenomenal. Really, really good. You do have other books that are on traditional witchcraft that didn't make it into that video. So you have things like The Devil's Plantation. That's another one. I believe that's Nigel Pearson. There's the Silent as the Trees, I believe, by Gemma Gary. You have The Devil's Dozen. You have The Black Toad. What else do you have? Oh, there's so many out there. But Folk Witchcraft by Roger J. Horne is a really good book. And then there's the rest in that video that I've already posted. I would love to see more fiction novels in your quarterly book breakdown videos. Yeah, I really need to do more quarterly book breakdowns. Like, definitely. I've not done one in so long, and it's because I'm just not consistently reading at the moment. I don't know what it is. I'm just really struggling to get into the headspace of it. So I'm hoping that I can get back into it again and start doing the quarterly book breakdowns. I'm hoping to maybe add some like witchy related books into the quarterly book breakdowns, like Discovery of Witches and things like that. I probably won't do all of the fiction books that I read because I read considerably more fiction than I do non-fiction at the moment, and it's a lot. Like, you know, some months I can get through like 12, 13, 14 fiction books. But yeah, I think maybe some of them I will include, especially the ones that kind of tie back in again. Okay. Have you watched Talk to Me? I haven't, no. Let's see what this is. Talk to Me. Boop. Ooh, an Australian supernatural horror. Interesting. Okay, I can check that out as well. I don't even like horror movies, and I'm willing to give just all of these a go. Right. Let's see what we have here. Let's have a look where I am. How do you cleanse items of negative energy while still welcoming the positive spirit that means no harm in an item? I thrift a lot, so some feel better than others, if that makes sense. Okay, so and oh, it's very gory. Sorry, this is about Talk to Me. Oh, I'm not sure how I'm gonna do with that. Oh, I'm fine with some things. I'm not fine with others. Like Saw, I'm not watching. I'm sorry, I'm not doing it. And yet, Fresh, you know, Fresh with Sebastian Stan in it, I was fine with. I don't know. Just weird things, I guess. Sorry, where was I? I got completely distracted. In cleansing items. So if we're talking about an item that's got like a spirit attachment to it, like in it, it's a tricky one. Because the one easy way of doing it, I say easy, it's not always going to work, is to let the spirit know beforehand that you are going to cleanse the item and give them an alternative that they can move into temporarily so that you can cleanse it and then they can move back in again. But not all spirits are going to want to leave that space. So it's a tricky one in terms of like maintaining any positive spirits that are attached to that item while removing any negatives. It is kind of about giving them the option. Or you could do kind of a targeted where you are doing the cleansing. And I don't just mean like with smoke. I mean like you are going in with your energy, you are grabbing out what you don't like and you are removing it, like literally manually doing it. It's probably easier then to avoid the beneficial and just remove the baneful. So that could be the other way of doing it if the requesting to move over doesn't work. Okay. Where am I? I am somewhere. Somewhere over here. I'm not really sure where. I'm so looking forward to getting the Q&A working next time. I actually can't. I can't believe that I spent 2 hours troubleshooting the Q&A for it to literally just be a button that I had to click. That... Oh, that's awful. How did I manage to do that? I actually don't know. Okay. Oh, out of the blue question. Is that a picture of a great white snake between the owl and the yellow painting? Oh, okay, so I forget what the actual legend is. That's going to really, really bother me. It's a Greek, I believe a Greek legend of like a woman being sacrificed to a sea monster. Basically, I forget what the actual... Let me see if I can figure out what it actually is. So it's it's the story of Andromeda. So let me just have a look. Briefly get this up. What does this say? So essentially, Cassiopeia boasts that Andromeda is more beautiful then I'm never going to be able to say that word. And Poseidon sends a sea monster after her as punishment, and that is her on a rock with the sea monster about to eat her. So yeah, it was the people that they, so the I'm never going to be able to say that. Nereids, Nereids. I don't know how to pronounce that, but they are sea nymphs. So essentially, he pissed off Poseidon by saying that Andromeda was more beautiful than the sea nymphs, and so as punishment, he sends the sea monster to come and eat her. And yeah, I just saw it one day, and Nereids. That's okay. Nereids. I can do that. So the sea monster was apparently called Cetus. Cetus. Apparently is the name of the sea monster. I just saw it. I went to a Comic-Con, and there was this amazing artist there, and they just were just amazing. So I just got loads. From them, and it's just, yeah. I just love art that depicts like myths and legends and stories and stuff. So I have a few. You can't see it, it's out of frame, but I've got a unicorn by them as well on the other side. Right. Where am I? I am bum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum bum bum. Oh, yeah. It's getting to that point where I'm starting to go a little bit bananas. Where am I? It's gonna jump in a minute. I just know it. It's gonna jump, and then I'm gonna lose messages. I have a weird question. What if something like a protection spell doesn't work and someone gets hurt? Do you blame the spell? Genuinely curious, since I don't know how to navigate that sort of situation. The thing with everything is that they are assistants to life. So the reality is that no working that we ever do is 100% guaranteed. Oh, bye Phil. Thank you so much for being on. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Everything that we do is an assistant to life. And nothing is ever 100% guaranteed. And anyone who says that their spell is 100% guaranteed is full of shit, because nothing is ever 100% guaranteed. There's a reason that your soap says 99.9% effective for removing bacteria. It's because nothing is ever really 100%. And ultimately with it, it's you can only do so much. Right? You can do all the right things in the right way. You can try your hardest to do something for the benefit of someone or yourself, and it can still go wrong. And that is just something that applies to everything. And so it isn't entirely as simple as just, oh, it was the spell's fault. It could simply have just been circumstances. Sometimes things just legitimately happen, and you can do everything you can to solve the issue and to stop bad things from happening, but there's always a potential for things to go wrong or bad things to happen, and that is something that applies in magic and witchcraft as well, and it's just kind of par for the course. It's a sad thing, because like it would be great if everything worked all of the time, but we are pulling the threads. We are weaving essentially the world around us, and you can weave as best as you can, but that doesn't mean you're always pulling the right thread. Sometimes you might miss a thread, and that might be the difference between something working and something not, and sometimes it does just happen. Why do I have that in my head? Of all, Toy Story, of all things? What's going on? I haven't had Winnie the Pooh this time though, so that's something. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, If you ever have kids in the future, would you pass your knowledge down to them? Yeah. I mean, I've always very much been I don't mind either way. It doesn't massively bother me either which way, whether I have kids or not. It's not going to change my life, for the negative or anything. But, it was when somebody loved me from Toy Story, or was it if? I think it's when somebody loved me from Toy Story 2, I believe. Why do I know that? I don't know. Where was I going with this? Oh yeah, passing down information. I've always been very much of the view of open-minded, like never forcing views on anyone, never forcing anyone to have to do certain things in certain ways, and none of this, until you turn 18, you're in my house and they're my rules, and so you have to do things my way, because all that does is it just breeds dislike and annoyance and frustration. It's not a good environment for anyone. Instead, I would obviously go about my practice as I do, and if they want to be involved, then they can be involved, and if they don't want to be involved, then that's fine too. I don't think that anything has to be passed down through lineages. I think it's much better to have an organic introduction to the craft than be backed into a corner because your family members practice it. I think it's much better to come at it yourself, because then you're making that active choice and you're more willing to put the work and the effort into it. Let's see. I'm drawn to the Fae, especially during this season, but I'm also so scared to interact. I'm not wanting anything, just wanting to acknowledge them. Are they still dangerous to acknowledge? I mean, this is the thing, right? I don't necessarily think that the Fae are inherently dangerous. Shocker. Some people would really dislike that statement. I don't think that anything is inherently dangerous. I know that people on social media are like, Fae, bad, stay clear, don't interact with, but as with everything, it's more nuanced than that. I think that if you're really drawn to them, maybe try learning a little bit about history, legends, folklore. I mean, some of the books we mentioned earlier, like Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries, Fairy Legends, British Goblins, these are all really interesting reads that can kind of give you a glimpse into how people interacted with the Fae. So if I can get one out, which one to go for? Let's have a look at Fairy Legends, see if there's anything in here that I can just read really briefly to give some idea of it. But these are essentially stories. So what do we have here? So each one is a little story, and so you can read like how individuals have interacted with the fair folk over time, and if that's something that you're interested in learning more about how people have interacted with them, but you don't really want to be taking that risk yourself if you don't feel comfortable with it, perfectly valid. You don't need to, but here there's so much in these kind of books that you can dive into. So you've got like evidence in Wales. What do we have here? Glamorganshire or Glamorganshire. Some people say it differently. Brittany, and you've got like loads and loads. Like you've even got like non-Celtic fairy faiths in here. And it's just one of those ways where you can dive into some of the ways people have dealt with the Fae and the interactions with them without having to do it yourself. If you are not wanting to form a deeper connection, I maybe wouldn't acknowledge. Simply because it's like, it's almost like sending in a job application and not actually wanting to get the job. It's a bit odd, it's a little bit strange. And so it can be taken the wrong way. So that beginning interaction might be taken as you wanting to work with them, and then you might end up getting yourself in quite deep. So I'd say start by just learning more about kind of how people historically have experienced them, and that might give you an idea as to whether you want to go further. But individuals are very different from one another. So it isn't that like collectively it's all bad, it's just individuals within the larger community. Okay. What is that even from? I don't even want to know anymore. My brain is full of just so many random sounds. Okay, I enchant my mirrors at home, and I believe all mirrors are connected and convey energies imbued in them, and from a distance I can extract and project those energies via another mirror out in the world. Your thoughts? Question mark. Yeah, it's the idea of portals. So the belief that it feeds into so many different traditions and cultures and belief systems, but the idea that mirrors are essentially their own worlds. So the idea that the version of you that you see in a mirror is not really you, it's in the mirror world, or the idea that if you had two mirrors looking at one another, it creates a portal that passes through the physical world. There's so many belief systems surrounding it. And so people do, we see it a lot in media, but that media comes from tradition, like we see in The Looking Glass, in that if one person has a mirror and another person has a mirror, you are able to interact with one another if those two mirrors are linked. And you can link those two mirrors with sigils and with herbs and oils and things like that. Or you can have like one mirror. So for instance, the mirrors that are they have a front piece and then they have the two side pieces. If you have one mirror and you enchant that mirror and then you take the side pieces off and one person has one and one person has the other, then you essentially have two halves of the same mirror, and so therefore they are intrinsically linked to one another, and you can work with the other person through the mirror that way. It's one of those things that we've seen time and time again, and there's a reason why mirrors are so many superstitions surrounding mirrors. Oh no. Oh. It jumped. Oh no. Oh, I lost so many as well. Yes, I'm very looking forward to having the Q&A feature back. I've lost so many. I'm so sorry if that's the case. It is getting kind of late on, isn't it? Yeah, we're nearly at 4 hours, so maybe that's for the best. Because I need to go get some food. I can't sustain myself on Lucasade all day. It's having to do for now, but I'm gonna get some real food once we come off this. Do not take me as a figure to look up to in terms of remembering and timing. I'm bad at time management. I've established this over the years. We've established this over the years. I'm bad at time management. Anyway, do you stay up late during a full moon? I stay up late all of the time, but not specifically during the full moon, no. I don't often work. I will, don't worry. I'm going to go eat after I finish this. I don't often work with the full moon unless I'm actively doing a working. So unless I pre-plan a working, I usually am not going to. So I tend to let the full moons kind of pass me by a little bit and focus on other things, unless I'm doing a working, and in which case I will do a working usually at midnight or surrounding that kind of time if I really need to. Itchy nose. Right, where am I? I am somewhere. Can you do a cord cutting on two people without permission for situations like an abusive relationship? Realistically, a cord cutting in that situation is not going to do anything, because a cord cutting is designed to remove the last vestiges of energy after a separation. So, say for instance, someone is separated from their husband, they've broken the legal ties that bind them, but they want to break the energetic ties that bind them. And so you do a cord cutting to separate everything off so that you can both get on with your own lives. If there is nothing else that is tying you two together. I often get asked, can I do a cord cutting if I plan on getting back with someone? And in which case, why are you bothering to do the cord cutting? Because then you're just going to undo the cord cutting by getting back with them again, so that's not really any use. So really, it's a case of Once they're gone, the cord cutting is done to separate the energy so that you're then two separate entities with no attachments to one another. If you're wanting to do something like that, it's personal choice as to whether you feel comfortable with it, but it would have to be kind of a separate working and then a cord cutting afterwards if that's what you felt should probably do. Right, where am I? I am... What should I do with a deck if there's a bad energy or spirit attached? So you can try cleansing. If that doesn't work, you're going to want to do a banishing. If you want to get rid of the spirit, that is. You don't have to. You can just say, okay, so this deck isn't going to be for me, and just not use it. That's what I typically tend to do. If you're going to banish, however, please make sure to not do it inside your house. The number of times I've seen people do it where they have there's a spirit that they want to remove from an object, and so they do a banishing spell inside the house. And a banishing spell isn't what people think it is, I think, a lot of the time. So a banishing spell separates a spirit from the vessel that it is inhabiting. It doesn't get rid of the spirit. So if you were to remove a spirit from a deck inside your home, it's no longer attached to that deck. It's now inside your house. So if you're going to do anything like that, do it outside of your home and make sure you have protections on so that nothing comes back in again. I like your singing. Thank you. I'm glad, because I would get really annoying otherwise. So it's probably for the best. Though I didn't warn people today, actually. Normally I warn people that if you don't like random noise, I am not the live streamer to watch, because I am full of really random noises and bits of song. If you could learn magic from any witch, from any media, book, game, comic, etc., who would you pick? Ooh. Oh, that's actually a really good one. Are we talking... Okay, right. The question here is, are we talking like... I am learning real world magic, like I'm learning things that I can adapt into the real world from someone, or am I learning to do what they can do? Because they are two very different things, and my answer is going to be very different depending on it. So if we're saying like real world, then Diana Bishop, obviously, because that is so accurate. Like, so much of it is, and it's so cool. I'm not going to spoil it for anyone. It's so cool. So either Diana Bishop or the aunt in Chilling Adventures of Sabrina. Both are really accurate. Both are really good. Fantastic. If we're talking like learning about witchcraft and magic and have that actually be as it is, Yennefer. Obviously. Because that's just... she's so cool. So, yeah, I think that's kind of where I'd go with that. My answer may probably change by the time the next live stream, but for now, that's it. Okay. Do you ever use essential oils in your practice? If so, which ones are your favourites? I do, in that they are included in other things. So they're included in the sprays, they're included in oils, they're included in this, that, the other. I don't use them straight, I use them in a diluted concentration that is either skin safe or suitable for what I'm using it for. And it varies depends on what I'm doing. I mean, some of my most common ones are, it depends, jasmine, frankincense, rosemary, like I use a lot for different things. It entirely depends on the intention, basically, and it will fluctuate wildly according to that. Oh, I'm on the wrong chat, that's why I'm confused. I know I'm somewhere around here. Heart that one. I keep forgetting to heart them, but I honestly, if I hearted the super chats when I saw them, I wouldn't have a problem of forgetting which ones I didn't get popped up on my screen. I feel like that's what I need to do, and I feel like I say that every single live stream and I always forget to do it. Ooh, okay. So I'm attending an event with my mother tomorrow. It's an event with a psychic whom talks to the past loved ones and gives the attendees messages for the ones who came before. Any thoughts? I've been to things like this before, and yeah, it depends on who you see, is the reality of it. As I'm not going to name any names. I will be good. As someone who works in the circuit and has seen a lot of psychics, like at events and shows, and has seen them read and seen the outcomes of it, there are some that I would not personally go to, and there are some that I would. And it's one of those where I think in general it's really good. I think it can be really helpful for a lot of people, but it can also be really harmful for a lot of people, and it depends on mindset and headspace. A lot of people go to psychic mediums as a way of avoiding grief. They don't want to process the grief, and so because of that, they are constantly searching for ways to reach out to their loved ones so that they aren't really gone. And while I can understand the mindset of it, I get it, it's also really unhealthy for us to not process the grief, because if we don't process it now, you are going to be forced to process it later, and it's going to be much harder to process later than it is now. And so I think that it needs to be a very cautious approach. Some are going to be a lot better than others. There are definitely frauds out there, but some are really, really talented. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Oh my goodness, 1MHCS, because I have no idea how else to say that. Thank you so much. Like, the super chats come through at random times always. It's okay. It doesn't matter when it comes through. But thank you so much for your support, and you're just I just appreciate every single one of you for sitting and watching, because some of you have been here this entire time, 4 hours. But yeah, thank you so much. Right, where was I? I am... How could I call forth my loved one who has passed to try to communicate with them? Or what could I do to enhance my energy to be picked, if he's really able to do this? So, it's a difficult one, because it's not as simple as that, I'm afraid. At least not in my experience. So when a spirit is really, really new, it's hard to figure out what's happening and how to do things and how to experience things. And a lot of the time, people don't often get loved ones coming through for a considerable amount of time. I'm talking like 9 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, onwards. It's not easy for them to come through, and sometimes they might not know how to come through. They might not feel it's appropriate to come through. They might think that it's, whoa, what is that smell? Sorry, that's so strong, what the hell is that? I can just smell really strong perfume and it's not mine. That's weird. Okay. Sometimes they don't know how to come through, and sometimes they realise that coming through isn't actually helpful. So you've got that going on to start off with, in that sometimes they don't know how, they don't have the energy to, or they don't think it's appropriate to. And then on the other hand, you have an environment where you might have a lot of spirits attached to a lot of people, and there's a lot going on that the medium has to be dealing with. And if you're thinking some mediums are seeing and hearing and everything else, all of the spirits all of the time, can be quite difficult to pick who's who and what's what. So really the best thing is to go in with thinking of the person that you want to come through to you. Really thinking of what you want to know, what you want to understand, having a clear picture in your mind of them and holding that as much as you can, because the more that the medium has to work with energetically, and the more that might show up, might make it easier for there to be a connection to be made. But when you do have so much going on, it can be really, really difficult on both ends, because you've got spirits that are attempting to figure out how to do things, and you've got a medium who, if they are good at what they do, might have to interact with potentially hundreds of spirits simultaneously, which can be really, really intense. But ultimately, I hope that you can get what you need out of it. And I hope that it's at the very least an enjoyable experience is the wrong word, but I hope that it is insightful for you. Isn't there an option to put things on Patreon for free? I think some creators do that. Yeah, it's the issue this is all about like the whole like baneful magic stuff. The problem I have with that is this is my job, and YouTube pays me because of the adverts. And if it gets put on Patreon and it's just like in the free category, that's like a week's worth of work. That's like 35 hours of work that I just don't get paid for. So it's kind of difficult to balance it out, because some content isn't suitable for YouTube and therefore won't get ads, and I don't want it to potentially harm the channel as a whole. But I also don't like people having to pay to see content, because one is watching an advert and doesn't cost anyone anything, well, except the advert company, obviously. And the other is the individual having to pay to watch the content. And I struggle to find that balance, because I also want to be paid for the 35 hours of work I've put into a video, because that's like a week's wages. But it's not even a week's wages, because I don't earn that much. But like, I can't set that time aside to not be able to pay for my electric and my gas and my food and, you know, all that kind of stuff. So I find it very difficult to walk that line, and that's why a lot of the content that is seen as like not super acceptable on YouTube ends up not being posted at all, because I really struggle to find that balance. But if anyone is wondering, just if they're curious, all videos on Patreon are available to anyone, even if they just donate like $1 or £1, whatever the minimum it allow people to do. I'm not sure what it is. The content is available. So I try to not make it so that there's super big paywalls or anything, but like there has to be something to be able to pay me to make the video. You know, it's honestly a really complicated kind of fine line to walk. And sometimes I don't know where's best to go. Honestly, is the answer with some of the content, and that's why some topics end up just kind of not going anywhere. Okay, where was I? How do you find the truth in what you practice? I'm such a practical, logical oriented person, but I also believe that Mother Earth has all we ever need to be human we can be. Does this make any sense? It's a tricky one, especially when you are kind of, if you're science minded or if you're very kind of logic focused, it can be really, really difficult. But for me, if something gives me results, I'm not going to question it. So if I do something and it manifests, that's good enough for me. And ultimately, if I'm doing something and it's that belief is helping me in some way, whether that is comfort, whether that is that it's helping me focus on it, whether that is I'm getting a positive outcome from it, I'm not going to overly second guess it, because it's benefiting me. The time when I really would is if it is starting to negatively impact my life, the people around me, my job, you know, these kind of things. Then that's something that I really start picking apart. But as long as I'm enjoying what I'm doing, it's not harming me or anyone else, and I'm getting something out of it, then I'm going to count that as a win. And I try not to look too much into it, otherwise I'd spend all day every day doing that. Okay, I am somewhere over here. I don't know where I am. I'm somewhere and I'm completely lost as to where I am. what's your current favourite divination decks, tarot or oracle? So the two that I'm using the most right now are both tarot. So one is the Rider-Waite. That's the deck I use for my personal readings. Anytime I'm doing a reading for myself, it's the Rider-Waite-Smith. Anytime I'm doing a reading for someone else, I use the Wild Unknown Mini. I have the big one. Great. It's wonderful. I don't want to damage it, and I read reversals, so I'm flicking the cards, and I don't want to damage them. So I have the mini version that I will do for readings for other people. So those are the two decks that I'm using the most right now. It kind of fluctuates. Sometimes I'll add in additional decks and remove the Wild Unknown, and I'll add something else in. But for now, that's something that I'm enjoying doing with those two specifically. Sometimes I will also add in the Enchanted Forest deck as a replacement for the Wild Unknown. Depends on whether it's kind of calling out to be used for that particular reading. Okay, I am somewhere. Have Baneful Magic be your third or fourth book? Honestly, maybe. I haven't even finished one yet. I didn't know what it was called. Apparently it's called a butterfly mind. When you start one thing and then you move on to something else and you've not even finished the first thing yet, and you've got 15 things going on. Yeah, I've ended up starting 3 books and a couple of papers, and I have not finished any of them yet. I maybe need to focus my intention on just one thing. I just need to finish one thing and get that really good. That would be great. And yeah, I'd be happy with that. So maybe I'll do that in the future, because I would like to... I'd like to talk more about a subject. And I think that when that subject is in a book or in some form of specific content that's standalone, you get the audience that is interested in that subject. Whereas when you are posting it on YouTube or on a channel like this, where it's a varied mix of things, it's posted to everyone, even the people who aren't interested in it. And so you tend to get people who aren't particularly favourable of it and are willing to make that known. Whereas in a book, if you buy a book and you've read the title and you still buy it knowing you're going to hate it, that's a you problem. That's not a me problem. That's completely a you problem. So yeah, definitely. I think it would probably need to be in another format. Do you feel like witchcraft will be able to be widely accepted as a path of life around the world instead of just in the countries that promote individual liberty? No. And I say that because right this second, and we spoke about this briefly earlier, and that's what we were just talking about. Even in the areas where it is accepted, it's not actually accepted. What they actually mean is, as long as corporations selling products that relate to witchcraft is making money, we will accept only the watered down, sugar-coated, basic bitch version of this tradition. And that might be a brutal way of saying it, but that's kind of what's happening. You've got Urban Outfitters selling witchcraft books. Why? They don't know any, and they're not even the really, really in-depth, insightful ones either. They're the Instagrammable ones because it's popular. If you talk about anything that is less than ideal or tolerable or tasteful, you get shut down in that conversation, or you get accused of being this awful person and this that and the other. And that's in places where witchcraft is accepted, and it's not really accepted. It's only accepted because it can make money, and it's been watered down to the point where it's not even an authentic practice anymore. It's taking out all of the roots of it. It's like cutting flowers. It's like cut flowers. Like, instead of having the roots of that plant and everything nutritious and everything good and all of the history and the background and the lore and everything, instead you just cut the nice bits off the top and hand them to people. That's the bit that's acceptable. This top bit. That's it. Just the flowers. Soon as you mention blood or sex magic or cursing, hexing, demons, summoning, run for the fucking hills. Like, this is not what we signed up for. And it's like, no, it's the reality of it. You just didn't want the reality of it. And if that's as bad as it is here in America, I don't see how that's going to change anytime soon in places where witch hunts are still legal. Because as much as we might talk about the witch trials and think that, oh, this happened, a couple of 100 years ago, there are places right now, today, where there are people who are being accused of witchcraft and are having horrific fates because of it. And so I struggle to see a world where it will be truly accepted. That's not that I don't want that. That would be amazing. I just don't see how, with the mindsets that people have, how that's going to happen anytime soon. Because there isn't enough acceptance. There isn't enough open communication, listening, actually listening. And yeah, it's a tricky one because, like, I can sit here and the Witchcraft Act was repealed here in, 1953? Maybe? And to make witchcraft no longer illegal. There are many, many, many places around the world where if I were to be talking about this there, I'd be in prison right now. Just for talking about a topic. So I think it's difficult for me to see a world where that's possible. And I'm hopeful, but I just don't I don't think that it's likely anytime soon. Have you ever read the book Psychic Witch? Yes, fantastic book. Do you believe that psychic ability and witchcraft are two sides of the same coin? No, I don't. But the works in the works in Psychic Witch are incredibly useful. Like, I read it and I was like, holy shit, I've wanted a book like this for so long, because this was how I was taught. This is the kind of techniques that I learned from other practitioners that I don't see being spoken about enough. And so to find that in a book is incredibly useful. I don't think that they are necessarily, like, entwined together. I don't think that you necessarily have to have one to do the other, but the book itself is, in my opinion, really, really good. What is the tree you felt most connected to? And what was the first tree you connected with? I'm finally starting to work with ash in my yard, watching your tree spirit video. Oh, that's fantastic. The first tree that I connected with was a laurel? Is it a laurel? What is the tree that makes cyanide? That was a bit of a weird thing for me to say, wasn't it? We learned about it in the Poison Garden, which interestingly was a topic that laurel. So laurel was the first tree that I connected with. Ironic, really, given the fact that it literally produces cyanide. When it's cut, obviously. But yeah, I first connected with laurel really, really early on. So there's a bush, basically, down the side of my parents' house, and it had a little hole in it, and I'd crawl into the hole, and I had my little book that I would write things down in. It was that first, I've mentioned it before, that leopard print notebook. I'd write stuff down in the leopard print notebook. And that was the first tree, plant, both, honestly, that I really, really connected with. And then from that point on, it was the willow, the oak, the birch. And then I moved on to the horse chestnut, and then further afield from there onwards. So it really started from that just tree, just a bush with a hole in the side of it. Is laurel technically a bush instead of a tree? I'm not actually sure. I feel like I should know this. Is it just a tree that you can have as a hedge? It's a tree. or large shrub. So it can be either. Okay, that's fair. It can be either. But yeah, just all of this came from me connecting with that one tree, that one plant. And interestingly, when I first started realizing other people did the same thing, and I spoke to someone that I knew, we were talking about laurel. And despite having never read a book on the subject or looked anything up from it, either of us, we both used the same plant for the exact same purpose. Just based off our connection and our interactions with the plant and the plant energy and the plant spirit, we were both using the exact same tree for the same purpose, having no prior information on it, which really cemented to me how it worked, and like how I could get working with spirits to work for me so that I could gain more information. Oh, what tree do I feel most connected to? The oak. Or willow. Oak. Oak, because it's my birth tree, I think. Are you going to see the Wicked movie? I don't know. I want to see it. I want to see it first. Like, I want to see the production, the theatre production first. And I will be honest, I am not a massive Ariana Grande fan. I don't dislike her. I wouldn't go and watch it because of the cast, let's put it that way. And I would rather see it in the theatre than I would see it in the movie theatre. I'd rather see it on stage instead. Have you ever read The Avalon Priestess Path? I haven't, no. I need to check out more, but honestly I can't be getting any more books. It's bad. I got those books from Troy Books, and then we ended up in Glastonbury. I was allowed to look at the expensive shelf. Oh, that was a mistake. That was an incredible mistake. I should not have done that. So I came away with even more books. Yeah, oops. So I just did one book video, and now I'm like, I have more books and I really want to share more books, but I also feel like 2 book videos back to back is just a bit much. So I'm probably going to save that for like a few weeks down the line, perhaps. But yeah, oops. Trying to figure out where I was before it jumps again, because it's inevitable. What good pagan and witch music have you heard recently? Damn the Bard has a new album. Damn the Bard has a new album! I'm sorry. I'm going to see what it's called. Let's see what it's called. It is called... I don't know. What is it called? Okay. I need to find this. So he released it like last week, maybe a week before. It is called Raise the Flag of Green by Damn the Bard, and it contains 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 songs. So exciting. So yeah, I tend to listen to the same kind of pagan-y music again and again and again. It's usually my personal playlist that changes, which is not pagan music. But that will be added into the playlist because it's Down the Bard. And this year is the first time in 3 years, I think, where I've not been able to see him live because Witchfest Midlands is no longer on, so I can't see him there. I can't go to the Glastonbury assembly rooms because every weekend when he's performing, I couldn't get there. And all of the festivals he's at, I can't get there, and I'm so sad. So like, I can't see Damn the Bard this year, so I'm having to live vicariously through Spotify in the hopes that I can get some of that, and then obviously the live streams that he still does. But yeah, Need to figure out what nail polish are you wearing. I honestly couldn't tell you. It's gel. It's just a green glittery gel. It's very pretty though. But yeah, I can't remember the name of them. Honestly, I don't remember the names of any of them. But I just got it online and it's very nice. But I think there's loads that do it. I got this in a Christmas set, so I got it in a set that had like red glitter and then green glitter. But obviously it's me, so the green glitter gets worn all the time. I need to figure out where I was. Dreams I have often come true 1 week later. What does this mean? So it's usually, they're called premonition dreams. Some people have them really, really frequently. Some people rarely have them, if ever. And so it could be worth noting things down and seeing if anything useful comes out of them that you can put to use before it happens. But yeah, it's just something some people have. Some people within the magical community will have it. Some people who have no interest in the magical community at all will have it as well. So it's just, yeah, it's just one of those quirks that some people have. Have you ever watched Kiki's Delivery Service? I haven't, no, which is bad because I love Studio Ghibli. I've never seen it. I really need to. My favourite, though, by far, is Howl's Moving Castle. Oh, masterpiece. And the music, oh my god, the music is amazing. I'm having trouble when talking to my friends about the term grounding. Can you explain being grounded as different than earthing? Okay, so this is my understanding of it. People have, I feel like it's fairly recently, I don't remember this being the case, people have started using the term grounding as being the same thing as earthing, and it's not the same thing. So grounding is where you are literally connecting your energy into the earth. So you are gathering up your energy into a center, you are pushing it down into the earth, reaching out with those like energetic tendrils into the ground, and then you are drawing energy up from the earth like roots, draw water up from the soil, so that you can add it into your own personal energy, so that you can push it out into your spells and rituals. So it's a way of connecting to the earth for an energetic link. And then when you're done with that ritual, you have excess energy, you push that energy back down again, and then you withdraw your roots back up again. As far as I was always taught, earthing is simply physically connecting to the earth. So it's about being grounded in time and place. So it is taking your shoes off to go and walk barefoot on the earth. It's feeling the sand between your toes. It's having a physical link to the world around us as a way of connecting us deeper to our presence and our place in the world around us. So one is more of an energetic practice. The other is more like a spiritual connection to the world and place. That's how I was always taught the difference to be. Now I'm seeing a lot more people using the term grounding to mean earthing, and I don't know if that's a new thing or if that's just different from how I was always taught. Either is possible, but that was always the difference that I found between the two. So one I would use in witchcraft, the other I would maybe not. I just use it in like day-to-day lifestyle. Yeah, it's just one of those variations in term, I guess. Do I seriously have a Christmas song in my head right now? It's because I mentioned Christmas nail polish and now I have a Christmas song in my head. Oh. The negative energy or stagnated energy can move into objects or only spirits. So like moving into a porcelain doll, is it necessarily a spirit or can it be a guide? So essentially any spirit is able to enter into a vessel. And that vessel can be anything from a doll to a cuddly toy to a box to a deck of cards to anything. Right? you will often find that certain spirits are more drawn to human forms than others. At least it might not be true of all, but in my experience, certain types of spirits are more drawn to human forms. So they would be very young spirits. By that I mean children are often drawn to dolls because it's something that they recognise. It is a known entity to them. You also then get spirits that like the human form and they miss the human form, and so by going into that doll they are essentially, they're allowing themselves to take a form that they understand, they liked. Maybe they don't like the non-corporeal form and they want something more physical, and so that's the way for them to do it. Another reason would perhaps be that they know that they can get attention in a doll. So you do get some kind of more malefic spirits who maybe enjoy the attention that they get by being in a doll, and so that's something that they do actively do for that purpose. And then you have, and I have some myself, spirit dolls that are designed to be vessels for servitors, for familiars, for guides and guardians, and they will use them as vessels as well. So it isn't limited to just certain, it's not limited to just one type of spirit, let's put it that way. And then you can also have just negative energy attached to a doll. So sometimes people will think they've got a haunted doll when really what they've got is a doll with energy attached to it. And the big difference really is how the activity manifests. If it is strange feelings, funny noises, that kind of thing, then it may well simply be the doll has negative energy attached onto it. Whereas if we are talking about voices, movement, if we're talking about strange dreams and odd divination and these kind of things, you are perhaps more looking at spirit attachment rather than just negative unwanted energy. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, next time I really think I need to do the Q&A again. I think it was easier. Okay, I'm going to put that out there for anyone. Which format do you prefer? Do you prefer last month's with the Q&A being in a separate box so people could chat in the normal chat and just have conversations, and then the Q&A was separate, or do you prefer having it all in one? I'd like to get people's opinions. I think I prefer the Q&A being separate, but because I think it was easier, perhaps, and I could highlight the question that I was on at the top, which I think I liked more. Separate Q&A separate. Yeah, I think next time that's what I'm going to do, because I liked the fact that I could highlight what question I was on at the top of the screen so everyone could know what I was answering, which I can't really do so much here. Yeah, so next month we're going back to the next month we're going to go back to the Q&A, and I'm going to try and remember how to do it next time. I hope that I actually can. We'll see. So let's have a look. Have you ever seen What We Do in the Shadows? It's so good. I've seen the movie. I've not seen the TV show. Did you repaint your walls so pretty? No, actually, I think it's the color grading on this video is a little bit off. None of my live streams actually look quite true to life. They're all a little bit odd. I've had some times where my hair looks red. It's weird. But no. But thank you so much. I to be honest, if I could paint my entire house green and brown, I probably would. What kind of music do you listen to? Are you into punk rock? It tends to be indie rock, pop punk, alt, just general kind of alternative stuff. Folk music. That's you have this end where it's metal metal's in there as well. So you have like metal, folk music. It's like, you know, when you see like those memes where it's like, this is me and this is also me, and one is like wearing all black and then one is like bright pink. I feel like that's my music taste. It's metal, screaming, rock, guitars, folk music. Fleetwood Mac. Like, it all just kind of gets kind of thrown about in there. Oh, you can't put that on me. Sleep Token. Massive. Sugar is one of my most played songs of the entire year, I think, which is impressive. Favorite metal band? Oh no, you're not gonna make me. You're not gonna make me. I like too many and I clicked something and now my chat has gone. Where's my chat gone? What the hell? I just clicked something and my entire chat disappeared. Yeah, I can't pick favorites. I just can't. It depends on the day. Honestly, it's so random as to what happens. What happens per day? I'll be honest, at the minute I am just listening to like Eurovision songs. Oh, and is it called Stargazer? It's so nice. Stargazer by Miles Smith. Stargazing by Miles Smith is just such a nice song. So that's like on repeat constantly right now. Oh, do you plan to make any more Through the Blackthorn Arch videos? I am, yeah. So the problem I was having is that it was a lot of time and effort, and I was not able. I know it shouldn't be about earning money, but they were taking me so long, and I wasn't earning anything off the podcast, that I ended up having to just call it for a while and focus on the things that I could actually like live off. So I need to find a way of doing the podcast in a way that actually compensates for the amount of time that I was putting into them. So I am planning on doing at least another season. I filmed half of it. I just haven't got enough of a way through for me to publish anything yet. So yeah, that's where I'm at with it. I'm hoping that it will materialize at some point, maybe, if I'm lucky. I've got so many plans and I can never seem to finish any of them. How do you personally dispose of remains of spells, leftover bits of candles, herbs, etc.? Do you trash them, bury them, crossroads? I just bin them. I cleanse them and then I bin them. And that is how I am working it at the moment. Sometimes I will add them into further workings, but recently, with the number of workings I've done, I cannot maintain that. So I will cleanse and I will bin them. And I try to limit the amount of remains that I have left where possible, but that is how I'm doing things at the moment. Right, I am somewhere over here. Where am I? I'm lost again. How has that happened? How do I become a better magic user? Focus on your foundations and then build on top of that. So if practice your foundations again, even if you've been a practitioner for 10-15 years, doesn't matter. Foundations are still so important, and if we can continue to build and grow on top of them, it makes us so much better. Because as time goes on, you do kind of let things slip and slide. You're like, oh, well, you know, I know how to do this. I don't need to practice it. But then when you go back to practice it, you're like, oh, damn, this was a lot harder than I thought it was. And it is about building up those kind of the basic muscles, really, that power everything. It is so useful to to have that continue to build. So yeah, a room without books. Oh, it says a room without books is like a body without a soul. That's what the cushion says. My aunt got it for me for Christmas. It's cute, no? So yeah, there's all of the cushions in this room are either witchy or they are book related. So I have this one, which says, oh, this way, a room without books is like a body without a soul. Very nice. I then have this one, which says, bury me beneath books. And this one, which says, bibliophile. So, everything is kind of book themed in here. Right, where was I? I am... I'm starting to go a little bit Doolally now. I feel like I have been sitting here for hours, but like after a while, I enjoy doing it. After a while, I do start going a little bit, I've stared at a screen for too long. I should probably walk around for about 20 minutes. What happens when a spell goes wrong? Any number of things. I've done a video about kind of backlash and how that might manifest. You might not get any result at all. The result might be something that you weren't expecting. It might be targeted at something completely different. It might start impacting you instead of impacting the target that you were after. The outcome might just be completely wrong. There's so many potential things. It's just depends on what the working is designed for. Oh, it's gonna jump. Oh, wait, did it already jump and I missed it? It did. Oh goodness, I thought I'd reached the bottom and it turns out it just jumped without me realising. Oh, I've got to figure out where I was now. Oh no. I don't know where I was. I didn't even see it jump. Gosh darn, I missed that one entirely, didn't I? Right, let's see where I am here. And then I'm hoping to be able to go and get some foodsies because I'm hungry. Oh, there's antlers behind you. They are. So I have a set here. This is by the same artist that did both of those ones on the side table. I absolutely love their work. No, not both of them, sorry. One of them is different. The gold one that you can't really see and this gold one are both by the same artist. I absolutely love their work. Absolutely phenomenal. So I do go back to them as and when I see something that's really, really nice. I have a friend who always has trouble sleeping on a full moon. I'm not sure what kind of working would help them. Do you have any ideas? I think it's maybe... I would say something like a shield working would probably be best because it's usually because of the interference of energies. So if you can block some of that, then I think that's probably helpful in this circumstance. Have you worked with bones in your practice? I've been recommended working with them, but I don't know. I don't work with them massively, but because I do have the skulls and I have the bone pieces that sometimes end up on altar spaces, sometimes that energy does kind of come through. So I will work with it if it does come through. I'm not super into working with it purposefully, but I will if it does come through to me. So it's kind of very, very sparing. Generally speaking, it's about deciding whether you want to work with the spirit of the animal or not, or whether the spirit of the animal is even present. If not, you can release the spirit of the animal, but I would ask for permission first, obviously. And then you can work with the bones as representative of the animal species. Or if the spirit of the animal is still within the bones, you can work with the spirit of the animal if they are willing to assist you. But obviously you do need to ask and get permission and all that kind of stuff. I got a stone from the old ruins of an ancestral home to my family. Any suggestions on how to use it to work with my unknown ancestors? If you have an altar space or something that you can work with, use it as a representation of them. So give offerings to the stone. Give any readings that you're doing, have the stone present in that space and use it as a link back to who was there before. And then you can use it in meditations, put it into your bed during dream workings, and hopefully people will start coming through to you so that you can start build a picture, and then you can have specific individuals that you would like to work with further and that can you can connect with on a deeper level. Do you believe in the Loch Ness Monster? Interesting. I love the stories of the Loch Ness Monster, right? Absolutely love it. However, simply from a scientific perspective, there is not enough in that loch to sustain anything that people are saying that it could be. Like, is the thing, I think the thing is a plesiosaur, isn't it? Is the most common thing. And also, they breathe air. They breathe air, and there is not a breeding population. So I don't believe any of the kind of, it's a plesiosaur that survived through the Ice Age and it found its way in there and it's been surviving there for hundreds of years. No. I mean, we know that the original pictures were fake anyway. I love the idea of the story. I think that the story itself has the ability to become its own thought form. You know, as we would create a servitor, you can create thought forms through sheer belief alone. So I think what we could be dealing with here is a sturgeon. I love sturgeons. They're one of my favourite fish ever. They're incredible. They're massive. They can grow huge. So I think you could be dealing with a sturgeon that people are seeing. I think you could, from a more magical perspective, be dealing with a thought form, because you have something where hundreds of thousands of people every single year go to visit Loch Ness to see the Loch Ness Monster. They have the same image in their head every single time. And so it wouldn't surprise me if that many people believing in the exact same thing, thinking of it in the exact same way, didn't create a thought form simply out of sheer belief alone, which I think would be very... It's a slightly different perspective, I suppose, than have it being like a plesiosaur. What are your favourite crystals that you own or you wish to own? I really like... I like citrine a lot. I've got little tiny pieces of smoky citrine, which are really, really nice. I want to get some more quartz. I would like to get just some more rock quartz that I can work with, because more than anything, that is what I work with. I find that certain traditional stories help me understand the fae folk and our relationship with them. Do you have a favourite story? My favourite story is more kind of my favourite because I heard it when I was a child. It's like the go-to story is the shoemaker and the elves. And that one really resonated with me when I was young. And it's a story that's it's part of these books here. It's part of that timeline of I'm assuming most people will have heard the story of the shoemaker and the elves. I'm sure. But the briefest version is a shoemaker and his wife were struggling to get everything done that they needed to get done. And so they really needed some help, essentially. And then one day they would wake up in the morning and the shoes were made. They just woke up and all the shoes were made, and they couldn't figure out how the shoes were being made. And the next night they went to bed with unmade, unfinished shoes, and they woke up and the shoes were finished. And this is amazing. This is incredible. How are these shoes being made? We don't have enough time. What's happening? And so another night goes by and it's the same, and then they start getting curious. And so they sneak downstairs in the middle of the night and they peek through the door, and in their workshop are elves that are making the shoes. And everything is fine until the shoemaker leaves a gift for the elves to say thank you. And the moment they are given that gift, the moment they are recognized for their work, they vanish and they never come back ever again. And it's so deeply ingrained in all of the fairy lore and legends that we see in books like this, the first-hand, second-hand accounts and experiences, that hearing that story growing up definitely had an impact on how I perceived the fair folk. Because there's so many stories that are similar to that of as soon as they were seen, they were vanished and they never came back ever again. Or as soon as someone gave them thanks for the work that they were doing, they disappeared completely. And it's mirrored in so many different ones. So I think that's really cool, having that kind of replication happening. What are your thoughts about mimic demon? We both saw a woman's face in our upstairs window of a relative who is alive but clearly not in our house. Creepy. Interesting. So yeah, I'm demon though. Are we sure demon, or are we just classifying it as that because it's kind of creepy? Just curious, because we see spirits taking on the form of people, and it's not even the physical form necessarily. Sometimes it's the vocal sounds. Voice is what I could have said. Why did I go for vocal sounds instead of voice? But you will hear someone calling your name. So you might be sitting in the living room with your brother and sister, and then you hear your sister, who's sitting next to you, calling your name in a different room. That's something that's quite common. And it's the overlay. So they're able to overlay their own form with someone else's. And it's interesting. I don't necessarily... Usually it's done to get attention. Usually it's done because they think you will be more likely to interact with someone that you know than someone that you don't. And so to draw you to them, they will make themselves sound like someone else or make themselves look like someone else. That could be for good, it could be for bad, it could just be for curiosity's sake. Individual intentions differ. But yeah, whether it's a demon or not, depends, I suppose. Oh, the first author I mentioned is Roger J. Horn. I believe that's who we're talking about. Do you know of any powerful glamour magic spells? I don't, and I get a lot of spell questions in the live streams, but quite honestly, all of my workings that I do, I make specifically for that thing that I'm doing it for. Very rarely do I repeat workings again and again. So I will do a working, and that's that working done. And then if I wanted to do something that was similar, I might adapt it, but it will never be exactly the same working. So, yeah, I don't have any in particular now. I don't know where I am, and I have a feeling it's gonna jump again. If you were to write and publish your own book, what would be your pen name? I honestly don't know yet. I'm kind of working on that because I know that a lot of people in the community will go one of two ways. They will either use their real name or they will use a taken name of some kind. And I have yet to decide what I'm going to do. If I ever get around to finishing it, we'll see what happens. It won't ever be my name. It'll be a taken name of some sort. It's just deciding what. Because I'm indecisive and I will inevitably change what I like afterwards and then regret it, inevitably. Have you ever tried the Rider-Waite-Smith Centennial deck? It's my absolute favourite. Ooh, I've not even seen that deck. have different backs than mine do. I think they're probably pretty much the same. They just have like a slightly different back to them. I'm knocking everything onto the floor. I have not done many streams actually where it's gone on for 5 hours. This is like it makes a change. I was going to do a short stream tonight. That didn't happen, did it? Do witches fight others? All I can say to this is it's not Harry Potter. And while people may target workings at others, it's never going to be how you expect it to be in the movies. Let's put it that way. As a male witch, I find in the US some female witches act like it's a women's club. Is it the same in the UK? Yes. It is like that. And it's... I don't begrudge anyone from having their spaces. I think it's important for people to feel like they have their safe spaces. I also, however, think that it's very isolating to people, and it has the potential to be, shall I use the word radical? And some of you will know what I mean. It has the potential to become very radical and exclusionary, and it's bad enough as it is, but then it can get considerably worse. I think everyone deserves to have safe spaces, but when, in order to create those safe spaces, we are actively harming other people in the process, I think that's a problem. And too many times have I seen you're not allowed to call yourself a witch because you are this, that, the other. It's like, I mean, technically, you shouldn't be calling yourself a witch either if you're basing yourself off that, because witches didn't practice what you practiced. It's a reclaimed term. So if we're really splitting hairs here, you would not want to be called a witch. You would want to be referred to as something else anyway. And, you know, this thing of like, oh, you're not allowed to work with a goddess, you're not a woman. It's like, okay, but if the goddess has reached out to someone, then the goddess has reached out to someone. It's really not on you to tell the goddesses who they should and shouldn't reach out to. I hope this is coming across right. It's not that I don't want people to feel safe. It's that I don't like the fact that you have individuals speaking for everyone. And also beings far outside of themselves. And I see it a lot. Like women's only circles, but not only is it women's only circles, it's also very limited in the term of women, and problems. Thank you so much, Joe. Write your book so we can see what name you choose. Okay. I mean, yeah, I was working on it again the other night, so I am slowly chipping away at it, and I'll have to, it'll probably be really boring. You'll probably all be disappointed. You'll be like, oh, is that it? That wasn't worth the wait, that was kind of boring. Right, back to where I was, in here. Have you seen a stang used for spirit flight, or is it normally only used for making circles? I've not seen it personally used for spirit flight, mostly because logistically that's really tricky. Because for a lot of people, let's put it this way, you have to be in this in-between trance-like state that you can't necessarily be on if you are active, going about your activities. No, not saying that it can't be or that people don't. It's just I've not seen it used that commonly. For most people, it is used as a representative of space. So it is the marker for sacred space. It is the opener of the compass. these kind of things, like a portable altar, and also a way of gathering the sproul. I'm completely losing track of where I am entirely. I think this might be a sign that I need to end the stream soon, because I'm starting to completely lose track of where I am. I've been looking at glamour spells and was wondering if you know of a way for people to see someone for who they truly are, not who they pretend to be. Trying to expose a bully. I don't know if that's necessarily under glamour per se. If anything, that would be more of a like a sight type thing. And by sight, I don't mean like visual, like glamour magic sight. I mean like third eye, mental sight, you know, like being able to see past bullshit. I almost feel like that it would be better to be a working that is more of a don't believe everything that's being told, like almost like a truth spell. Actually, yeah, probably a truth spell, where it's not so much someone speaking the truth, but it's people seeing the truth instead. Okay. I am somewhere around here. Where did you learn the stuff when you first got interested in witchcraft, and how do you learn new things now? So I originally learned from just trial and error, just seeing if something worked. If it worked, I would keep it. If it didn't, I would get rid of it and replace it with something else. And then I found books in the library that I would take copious amounts of notes from and trial and error and test it out. And then now I buy a lot of books. Some would say too many books. Most would say it's at least a problem. But I learn a lot from books, as well as trial and error and spirits. Actually, maybe I learn more from the spirits that I work with than the books. But they kind of all work in tandem together. I'm repeatedly drawing the Emperor card in readings at least 10 times in 16 days. Thoughts? Are we talking direct or are we talking reversed? Because if we are... So in my readings, the Emperor usually represents a person. It's usually a male presenting person, or it could be simply... I'll go for male presenting person first, and then I'll do the other version of it afterwards. So often it represents a person in your life, like a significant person. And if it is direct, usually represents someone of stability, someone who is in a good place, they're in the right headspace. And if it is reversed, it's usually someone who's very unstable, they're going through difficult issues, turbulence, that kind of thing. It doesn't have to necessarily relate to a man or a male presenting person. It can simply be that kind of this is simply how I read it in my own readings. This kind of steadfast energy is, if it's reversed, it's like not stable at all. There is something really significant that is very unstable. Whereas if it is direct, then it is something really significant that is stable and significant. So it depends on the rest of the context in the reading as a whole. Would you ever do a video on servitors? It's being included in something else. I've written an entire section on it. It's finding the balance of not wanting to share too much because it's going in another medium. Okay, I think I'm getting near the bottom now. Perhaps. Oh, it jumped again. I think that might be a sign. I think it might be the sign that I need to put the oven on and, yeah, have some food and chill. Decompress for a few hours, even though it's already 1 a.m. It's 1 a.m. Oh my goodness. I've been awake since 7. Surprised I'm not. I'm surprised I'm not falling asleep. There was a Facebook post from a girl asking, how do I know if I'm a witch? A witch does magic. Okay, what's witchcraft? What witches do? Please explain your view. Is everyone and nobody one? No, yeah. Okay, so to be a witch is to practice witchcraft. It's a craft, it's a skill, it's something that you learn and develop and grow. And so you will have people who are naturally inclined towards it. So you have people who perhaps are doing things without realizing that they're doing it. They are making spells, they are doing chants and rituals, they're working with energy, but they don't really understand what it is that they're doing it, but they are doing it, and therefore they are practicing witchcraft. They can refer to themselves, if they choose, as being a witch. You have other people who maybe stumble across it later on in life. Maybe they have never thought about it before and they start learning from books, and they are learning through trial and error, and they are getting results. So they are practicing witchcraft. So they could, if they wanted to, refer to themselves as being a witch. Either way, they are actively a part of an action. It's something that they are actively doing. It's a craft that they are pursuing, whether it is something that they are doing automatically and they don't realize it, or whether it's something that you've learned how to do, you are still actively pursuing it. The confusion, I think, is that people think that witches are a different species and that you can be a witch without practicing witchcraft. So, for instance, that you could be a witch by blood, like it's genetically in you, but you have completely renounced witchcraft and you have will never touch it ever again. Well, then you're not a witch anymore. Because if you aren't a part of that, if you aren't practicing, now that doesn't mean that you can't have breaks, that you can't have time off or anything like that, but if you are not a part of witchcraft at all, you are not a witch. Or you wouldn't refer to yourself as a witch, because it's simply a term that is used to describe your practice. So some people might refer to themselves as witches, other people simply wouldn't. Ultimately, it is someone who practices a craft, whether that is practicing it naturally, just without having to think about it, or whether that's learning it. It's the act of performing the craft that makes someone a practitioner of witchcraft. Okay. I did an interview with my tarot deck yesterday and it was awesome. I asked what it can provide, what its purpose is. Have you ever done this, and what questions did you ask? I essentially just do a get to know you reading. As mentioned earlier, I just shuffle, cards come flying out, I read the cards, and I don't do I don't necessarily ask any specific questions. I will decide what questions to ask after I get the first round of cards out, and then I will kind of tailor it and like focus in on points after that. Have you ever had any communication with an elder tree in a forest? Elder tree, yes. Forest, no. Mostly because most of our elders actually grow like round waterways here, where I am anyway. But yeah, communication with I love elder. Elderflowers especially, elderberries, great, but elderflowers especially. So yeah, it not as often as some of the other trees that I work with, but just I always find it to be a very soft-spoken tree. Maybe that's just the ones I've interacted with, but it seems like very soft-spoken in nature. Do you use crystals? Yes, to a degree. Not as much as a lot of people. I was wondering, if crystals absorb moonlight like they do with sunlight, would a crystal behave differently charged by moonlight versus sunlight? Yes, it would. So crystals have their own energy. They don't need to be charged at all. But if you are adding cosmic energy into them, that is then going to shift the energy of that that stone. So if you were to charge moonstone in sunlight, that's going to get a kind of a weird dynamic. Same with the other way around. If you were to charge sunstone in moonlight, you're going to get like a bit of a strange dynamic there. But if, for instance, you are using, let's go with something like citrine. So you're using citrine in sunlight. Great for abundance, prosperity anyway, but then you're tailoring it into the sunlight. So therefore you're looking at abundance and prosperity probably with finances, with day-to-day activities, with high energy situations, very lively. And if you're charging citrine by moonlight, it might be abundance in emotion, abundance in deeper things, abundance in psychic dreams. You know, you can tailor it depending on what you are additionally charging it with. Which books would you suggest for a beginner green/hearth solitary practitioner? I will always suggest Hearth Witch by Anna Franklin because she's the OG. And whether you're going to find it useful entirely for solitary, I don't know. It depends how you're going to read it. In terms of Green Witch, I mean, there's so many out there. All are a bit much of a muchness. Avoid Green Witch by... Oh my god, I don't know what the author is. There's Green Witch 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Avoid those because they're very Wiccan-centric. Generally, you're going to find useful information in all of them, and most of them are going to contain the same beginner information. It's just going to depend on which style you like the writing of the most. Who's your favourite Disney witch? Ooh, Ursula or Maleficent? Good question. Ursula or Maleficent? I'm going to go with Maleficent because the dragon's cool, and I also would have a staff with a little ball on the top of it because I think that looks really fun. Like, it's like, ooh, yes. Yeah, let's go with that. Anne Mora, that's it. Green Witch by Anne Mora. I wouldn't necessarily suggest if you don't want something that's Wiccan heavy because they are incredibly Wiccan heavy. Where am I going with this? I'm here somewhere. I'm here. I don't know where I am. Can you explain witch, occultist, and magician? I've heard other terms used as well. Yeah, I mean, I can't go super in depth with them, but generally speaking, they are used to describe different aspects of how it is performed. So for some, they will use the term witch. For others, if you were, for instance, entirely ceremonial in nature, you're less likely to use witch and you're more likely to use the term magician. So you would be a ceremonial magician. I mean, there's loads. It really depends on how your style of practice fits into it. So witches tend to be very perhaps earth-centric in nature. They might be going off folk tradition a little bit more perhaps, and very connected to nature spirits, elementals, these kind of things. Occultists tend to lean a little bit more into the chaos magic. It's a style kind of unto itself. So they lean a little bit more into the chaos magic, less into kind of the nature-based practice. And then magicians are typically highly ceremonial in nature. So they're mostly going to be practicing high ceremonial magic. But then you have loads of other titles as well. So people will go by mage. You know, there's so many options out there. Most of the terms are gender neutral, so you can use them however you identify. Some people will use specific gendered terms depending on what they want to connect and work with, but usually it's in relation to the style of practice that's being carried out. I'll be buying your book whenever it comes out. My mind is set. I don't think it will be a best-selling, like a number one selling book, But like, I just hope that when I'm a perfectionist, see, and I just hope that when I get it finished, it will be useful. That's really all I want. All I want is for someone to get the book and for it to be like really useful to them. And if that is just one person, I've done my job. It took me about 5 years to do it, but I will have done my job. That's what I hope, at least. Do spirits appear in a more attractive appearance because they like you or to trick you? Both. Sometimes it's because they don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. Sometimes it's because they want to get close to you and they don't feel like they can do that with how they appear at any given time. Oh, I'm gonna have no voice by the end of this. Are chaos magicians dropouts of a lot of different orders? No, not necessarily. They just like doing their own thing, usually. Most chaos magicians that I've met are very, how do I describe it? They're very, very unique in that their style is so interesting that you could meet like 12 chaos magicians and they are all going to be so different because it's rooted in that chaos. It's very heavily individual, and so I wouldn't necessarily that they are say dropouts of lots of different orders. I think it's more that they found their own thing and they tend to just go with that. Is it okay to use inspirations from multiple spiritual and religious ideas in my craft? I am not the person to ask about that, in that it is dependent on the circumstances, depends on the religion, it depends on the spirituality. In some circumstances, yes, in others, probably not. So, with that being said, I'm tired. It's 1 a.m. I think I'm going to call the live stream for tonight, otherwise I'm going to get sucked in even further. Thank you so much for everyone who has been on the stream. Thank you everyone who's been here for the entire time. You are dedicated. Thank you to the mods and for the people who support the stream in donations, in views, in comments, in likes. Thank you so much. If you want to help the channel and it's completely free, give the video a like. It really means a lot and it massively helps the channel in general. And yeah, I do these every single month. So if you want to be here for next month, keep an eye on the channel, and I'm trying to post them earlier than I have been recently to give people time to know when they're going to be happening. And yeah, if you've missed anything in the streams, they are posted on the channel afterwards. So feel free to kind of scan through them. You can listen to them in 2 times speed there. You might not want to, it might be a little bit much, but yeah. Well, thank you so much. Very happy Mondays. Thank you so much. So yeah, I'm going to go get some food. I am going to relax, try to chill for a little bit, and I will see you hopefully next week, fingers crossed, for another video. Okay, stay safe everyone. I will see you soon. Okay, end screen.